Good evening, everybody, and welcome to this meeting of the Economic Planning and Housing Committee. Just to run through some housekeeping. My name is Stuart Frost. I'm the councillor who's chairing the meeting for tonight. I'd also just like to go through the fire evacuation procedures for this meeting. There are no fire alarms scheduled for tonight. Therefore, if the fire alarm sounds, please evacuate the building immediately. And the fire exit is located back through the central lobby, and we'll meet in the War Memorial Park. Please note this meeting is being webcast live on the internet, and the webcast will also be published to YouTube after the meeting. Is that right, Sadie? Yeah, thank you. And can all members and public please ensure that their phones are either turned off or to silent? Thank you. So moving on to the agenda. Okay, item 1, apologies for absence and substitutions. I only have one apologies. Okay, that's from Councillor Laura James, okay, who's being substituted by Councillor Paul Harvey. Do we have anybody else sending apologies? No? Great, okay. Moving on to item number 2, declarations of interest. Does anybody have a declaration of interest that they want to declare immediately? No? Okay, that's great. Please be aware that if suddenly you discover that you do have a declaration of interest, you can declare it through the meeting. Urgent matters. I've not been advised that there are any urgent matters other than those shown on the agenda. Okay. Do you have any? No? Great. Okay, thank you. I'd then like to move to the minutes of the meeting held on the 1st of July 2021. And I have a copy of the minutes here. Okay. Does anybody have any comments on the accuracy of those minutes? No. Okay. I'd like to move them from the chair that they are an accurate record of the meeting. Can I have a second, please? Thank you, Councillor Canesco. Okay. So I will sign those. Okay, that's good. Right, so then moving on to item number 5. We have a number of speakers, okay, currently listed at 29. Okay, so visiting councillors, I will bring in first, and then we'll have 4 minutes each, and then we will have members of the public who have been given 2 minutes each. Members, due to the sheer number of speakers, okay, I'm happy to extend the facility of asking any of the speakers questions, but I would like it to be restricted to 1 question per member, okay, per speaker, and then each member, okay, will be given an extra minute to form a reply. Okay, so if you can please keep all questions to speakers pertinent and relevant and not too open-ended, that would be appreciated. Thank you. Right, so moving on to item number 5. Okay, Councillor Bound, would you like to introduce the paper, please?
Thank you, Chair. One of our biggest responsibilities as a council is that we have those decisions around where to build new homes. As this is my first outing at EPH with the new responsibilities for the local plan update, I thought it would be useful to focus on what the committee is being asked to do this evening, which is to note the contents of this report and share your comments on the principles and consider the site selection report that's in front of us, with a rightful laser-sharp focus, I'm sure, on those sites which have been shortlisted at this point. And I would suggest a similar focus by this committee on the Upper Swallock site, as it hasn't been shortlisted at this point. As an authority, we have a record of the highest delivery of homes in the whole of Hampshire, at an average of 841 units since 2001, with peaks in 2007, 2008, 2009, and indeed 2019-20 last year of over 1,300 homes. As a local planning authority, it is our job to set out in the local plan update how we will deliver homes, even with so many things that are not in our control. We are not in control of which and when sites get promoted by developers and landowners. We are not in control of when, once allocated planning applications are made. We are not in control of when homes will be built. Continuing to deliver high levels of home building in the borough we can all accept doesn't come without a significant level of pain. From the loss of much loved green fields, construction traffic, and once built, often concerns about the build quality of those homes and fault rectification by developers. But it has historically also brought benefits, as much needed homes for those on the housing register, with an impressive record of delivering on our 40% affordability policy, investment from developers, and indeed investment in infrastructure from local and central government. From the discussions that I have had with elected members over the summer, it is fair to say that I have heard loud and clear the phrase, "enough is enough," as it has been used by many from all political parties. As has, we've taken our fair share. I'm sure we will hear these phrases again tonight many times. Losing any of our beautiful countryside is something that none of us want to see, and I do mean none of us. As councillors and residents, we understand that all the green landscapes in our wonderful borough are important, even though we may have our own personal favourites. With an average of 841 homes delivered every year for the last 20 years, I would suggest we have played our part. I would dare to say, unlike many of our close neighbours. Continuing to deliver at this rate, or even higher, as suggested by the standard method, is going to be difficult without inflicting a great deal of pain and stress, as well as conflict with some of our key council priorities. The current 877 figure is calculated using the new standard method, which has only recently been introduced. And as many in this room would have noted, that it contains the words that appear to be the get-out clause. Exceptional circumstances are what is quoted. I am working with officers and will continue to do so to look at what other local authorities have used to demonstrate exceptional circumstances. Sadly, one of the strongest criteria that will be used against us is that we have many technically deliverable sites, unlike many other local authorities, which appears to be one of the strongest criteria for using the standard method. Much to my frustration, this leaves us feeling like we are not in the position of asking where will sites be developed, but only with the question when. It is also important for me to say publicly that I am currently not aware of any local authority that has been successful in demonstrating exceptional circumstances, even with some having triple SI designated areas blocking development. So I am keen to commit to this committee that I will continue, as my predecessor did, his energetic challenge of our annual housing delivery numbers. But whilst that challenge continues, it is also appropriate that we work with officers with the task in hand. Our proposed spatial strategy key elements are that the plan must support the Council's climate change strategy. Brownfield development comes first. The focus of development will continue to be in and around Basingstoke. The importance of rolling delivery. Exploring opportunities for a new settlement, supporting growth in viable rural communities, and ensuring an ongoing role for neighbourhood planning in a way that I believe everybody in this room supports localism. Chair, I look forward to hearing the debate and comments from the committee and those very important representations from our residents. Thank you. I will hand over to our officers to introduce the details of the report.
Thank you, Councillor Bounds.
Sorry, just before we go through, Andrew, can we have you actually go into your detail after we've had the public speakers? Okay, because I'm keen that we have a lot, and it will go on into the evening. So I'd like to move on to member participation, okay, and call forward Councillor Onley Cubitt, please. And I'll hand over to Andy for the timings.
Thank you. Good evening, Councillor Cubitt. You have 4 minutes, starting as soon as you're ready.
No, it is.
Ah, perfect. Okay, brilliant. Firstly, please understand I'm here tonight to speak exclusively in my capacity as the elected ward councillor for Basing and Upton Gray, and not as the mayor of Basingstoke and Deane. As borough councillors, we were elected to represent not only our residents, but also the residents of the peoples of Basingstoke. We had an election just under 4 months ago, and not one councillor here today was elected on a manifesto to build 17,820 houses around Basingstoke in the coming years, on top of the 12,000 houses we have already built in the last 14. These eye-watering numbers are truly horrendous. Our sewerage, schools and GP surgeries can't cope with the houses we have already. We are always promised that the jam will come tomorrow, but tomorrow never comes. The one certainty our residents always get is broken promises from politicians of every hue. The time has come for councillors with principles and honour to do what they were elected to do, and to stand up for the interests of the residents of this borough, and to stand up for the greater good of this borough. Councillors, please remember that strategic planning matters are not permitted to be whipped. And whilst this report has been dressed up to appear innocuous, and you are being told that there's no decision being sought tonight, to be in no doubt, this report has sharp teeth, and it's toxic to our environment, our climate change commitments, and our communities. The truth is, we are at a significant crossroads in the history of Basingstoke Town, and I can assure you that if you, the councillors on this committee, accept the contents of this report tonight, you are not only not pursuing the interests of your residents and the betterment of this borough, you are accepting the continued destruction of the Basingstoke we love. This council stated in its council plan that it would put residents at the heart of everything we do, and yet this report is quite extraordinary. It does the very opposite. On page 2, you will note in the report it states it supports the delivery of the council plan, and that if you accept this report, you will be facilitating an improvement in air quality, an improvement in water quality, an improvement in our landscape, our biodiversity, and our communities. Well, I'm sorry, but this is the language of an alternative universe. This is the language of George Orwell and Newspeak. The Ministry of Truth's Fiction Department and Records Department would be proud. How can another 17,820 houses and another huge increase in our population achieve these stated priorities? The last 12,000 houses in the last 14 years haven't achieved any of these priorities. The last 12,000 houses have resulted in raw sewage, yes, yours and my untreated poo, being dumped in the River Loddon for 411 hours last year alone. The last 12,000 houses have resulted in a huge increase with access to GP surgeries, dentists, schools, to name but a few of the problems our residents have to deal with daily. Our systems can't cope. This whole system is a farce. This whole system is a charade. Regeneration, according to the leader at a recent public meeting in Basing, actually apparently means densification. I'm sorry, but this report does not put residents at the heart of everything we do. If you accept these insane numbers tonight, the number of houses and our population in Basingstoke Town, and please listen to this, will be increased by a whopping 65%. Since 2006. So that is a population increase from 2006 to the end of 2039 of 65%. I urge you to reject this report. It is premature. Reject these insane housing numbers. Respect, honour and fulfil these obligations you promised to commit when you read out your declaration of acceptance to our chief executive only 4 months ago. Do the honourable thing and fight for all our existing residents of this borough. Do the honourable thing and reject this report tonight. Thank you. And by the way, with responsibility, and I am saying this to the Cabinet, comes accountability. And I say that also to our MPs, because at the moment, neither the MPs nor the Cabinet are taking any responsibility for these numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cubitt. Before you actually move away, Councillor Cubitt, I'm sure that Councillor Harvey has a question.
Really, Stuart, are you guessed?
Annalee, you used the word premature in your speech. What do you think is premature about this? Why are we suing it prematurely?
So I said premature because the Environment Bill, which this government is currently gone through the House of Commons 3 times and is currently at the end of its readings in the House of Lords, has very significant impact on the decisions that might have to be taken, and it is essential that our local plan update is governed by and determined by what is agreed in that Environment Bill. Similarly, the Planning Bill is extremely important and will have a huge bearing, and I don't know whether any of you are aware, but West Berkshire has postponed its local plan. Its legal officers have advised them that there is too much change, too much flux, and that they must not pursue their update at this juncture. That is all the more reason why you, the elected members of your residents collectively, I strongly urge to reject any decision on this paper, and in fact to reject the paper until clarity and clarification from legal and from the government is given to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cubitt. Okay, is there any more questions for Councillor Cubitt? Councillor Watts.
Thank you, Annalee. We've been here before in the last local plan, if you can cast your memory back, where we were promised jam tomorrow over Manydown, where we were promised a rapid transport scheme coming out of Manydown, regeneration for Winkerbury, and we've actually had nothing. I can see this is going exactly the same. Would you agree with me?
I couldn't agree more. I mean, it's incredible. We have spent so many hours and so many meetings discussing regeneration of Winkelbury and Buckskin in particular, and promised that it's going to happen. It's never happened. None of the things that we ever seem to say or hear ever happen. And as I said in my spiel, the council priorities say that we have to provide and support the communities and do all these things. These are all lofty ideals, but there's no way that this report will enable the Cabinet to fulfil its commitments. And I ask, where is the accountability? Where is the scrutiny? Who agreed to our council agreeing to take London Overspill? Who is discussing with the Greater London Authority? Why have we elected members not been told until I received an email from the MP last week that we were negotiating with Greater London Authority? These are all extraordinary decisions. Who has made them? Who is responsible for all of this? And I can tell you that my residents don't want a 65% increase in the town. And I can tell you, I don't want crammed houses in the centre of Basingstoke any more than I want any fields around. I think our town has built an enormous number, and it needs to allow the sand to settle and for the infrastructure to come before we agree to any more housing. And by the way, our housing needs register has not gone down. So these houses that Councillor Band made reference to that we have built to date has not improved our housing register. It still stands at 5,000. So who are we building these houses for? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cubitt. Okay, is it possible you could, if there's no more questions, then you can wipe down, please, and we'll move on to the next speaker, which will be... Sorry?
Yeah, I was going to say one.
Okay, sorry, Councillor Dillon, I beg your pardon.
There is obviously a national housing shortage. We do have to build houses. What would you say would be a fair number?
Please don't answer that, because I think that's too vague. Okay, I would like you to actually tighten the question more. Okay, and then Councillor Cubitt stands a chance of actually giving you an answer.
Do you think 500 houses a year would be better?
I'm not in a position of authority. All I can say is that we have been building the largest... So 10 years ago, we were building the 4th highest number of houses in the country. And throughout the last 10 years, we have been the largest house builder in the whole of Hampshire. And I have asked our officers where we sit nationally. I have not been given an answer. So I don't know where this 861 gets us in the hierarchy of delivery of league table, but I can assure you it's probably up there with the 4th highest. And the reality is, as a town, we're a very unusual town in that we are at the headland of the water. And that's why I passionately feel that it's not about building high-rise blocks of flats in Basingstoke, not that I would want that anyways, But because we haven't got the water, we can't deal with the sewage, and the abstraction of the river reduces the dilution of the water coming out of the sewage plant. So it doesn't matter where the houses are, the poo comes out at the sewage treatment works, and we cannot cope with it. So whilst, yes,
Can you please wrap
in
up,
perfect
please,
world, we should be building some houses. I think we've delivered so many, and our infrastructure cannot cope. We've got to stop, and we've got to start. And by the way, just very briefly, Ruth Ormula's title is Planning and Sustainability. This is unsustainable. I'm sorry. The word sustainability, it's just...
Thank you, Councillor
Thank
Cuban.
you.
Can you finish now, please? Thank you. Okay, the next speaker we have on is Councillor Tristan Robinson. Councillor, you have 4 minutes. And I'll hand you over to Andy.
4 minutes will begin as soon as you're ready.
Thank you very much. I refer members to my register of interests and confirm that this evening I speak solely on behalf of my residents and parish councils. Tonight is undoubtedly the first stage in an incredibly difficult process. Not a single person I have met fails to see the beauty of green fields, and neither have I met anybody who says we do not need to build homes in Basingstoke and Deane. The challenge, therefore, is building the homes needed to cope with an ever-growing population, together with protecting and cherishing some of the most beautiful natural landscapes in North Hampshire. These areas of beauty are not exclusive to one area or another, and indeed much could be and has been said about the fields of Wootton St Lawrence, which are being built on as part of Manydown. I'm afraid that while the previous speaker spoke with much passion on this topic, rejecting this report is the worst of all worlds. That is not to say that it shouldn't be amended, but if we do not plan for the future and deal with a housing number that's been given to us by the government, this isn't our number, this isn't Councillor Bound's number, this isn't the leader's number, this isn't the council's number, it is a number given to us by the government. If we fail to deliver it, we fail on a 5-year housing land supply, and we will lose hundreds of houses in development speculatively at appeal with no infrastructure. We need to plan for the future. This paper deals with housing growth around Basingstoke and new settlements, and Basingstoke is a town which is growing. People are living longer, couples are having more than 2 children, and traditional family structures are less commonplace. We need to build some houses. When we talk about growth in and around Basingstoke, we must be careful what we mean, because actually, in reality, what that means is development in the parishes of Oakley, Old Basing, Bramley, Sherfield, Old Basing and Sherburn St John. We can't build many more houses in Basingstoke, and neither should we cram many more in. Brownfield first, absolutely, but not cramming low quality housing. Turning to the sites in my ward, Sherburn St John and Rooksdown are open to sustainable development to support growth in our communities. We have sat in this room and in the rooms upstairs and argued for development against officer recommendation in our ward, and we support sustainable development. The sites listed before you tonight include R001 and SSJ 11, which is Weybrook Golf Club. Myself and ward members have already met the developer for this site, and subject to appropriate sustainable development, believe this could be the most appropriate option for growth in the parish, subject to the wider community benefits and limited encroachment along the A340 to protect the integrity of the strategic gap. The site SSJ 004, however, is completely unsuitable for development. It sits directly within the long fought for strategic gap. Sherburn St John is a conservation area in historic village. Significant planning case law establishes the concept of strategic gaps. Indeed, this was supported by an independent inspector as part of our current local plan. These gaps prevent the coalescence of settlements and protect their distinct identity, prevent urban sprawl and the swamping of Sherburn St John into the urban area. Further, SSJ 004 is identified as enclosed agriculture, typically ancient form, and the southern part of this site comprises Grade 2, very good quality agricultural land. This land classification is the second highest nationally and the highest across the whole of Basingstoke and Deane. Not just Basingstoke and Deane, it's the highest in Basingstoke and Deane, Hart, Rushmore and Winchester. It's defined by Natural England and in the NPPF as best and most versatile, and I quote, this land should be protected from significant, inappropriate or unsustainable development proposals, and in order for any development to come forward on Grade 2 agricultural land, it must be proved that other sites are not forthcoming, which is clearly not the case, as a range of other sites have been identified. You as a committee have the power to make comments on this paper, and I would encourage you to suggest to officers that site SSJ 004 is removed due to its location within the strategic gap and the importance of protecting best and most versatile agricultural land. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Councillor Robinson? Okay, Councillor McCormick.
Thank you, Chair. Have you had any dialogue with the developer regarding SSJ 004? Is it the same developer that previously built Warnell Park?
No, I have not had any dialogue with a developer for SSJ 004. I believe it is the same developer as Marnell Park, but I couldn't confirm that 100%. I believe it is the same, but no, I have not had any dialogue with them.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, Tristan, you're in the Cabinet and you'd have been party to any of the Cabinet discussions going on, and I'm conscious of your comment in your speech about it's the government's target, it's the government's figure. Now, today, all of us believe that because that's what we've been led to understand. One of our MPs is stating that the situation is that it's not the government's decision. The government's numbers are not mandatory. In fact, it's we as councillors that should be governing the numbers. It's our fault, actually, that the figure is as high as it is. So which should we believe? Are our MPs right or wrong on that? Because obviously in the Cabinet, have you had discussions on that? Is it mandatory or isn't it mandatory? If one of our MPs believes it isn't mandatory, then surely we can challenge the figures.
Thank you. I think Councillor Bound covered this slightly in his introduction, in that, of course, nothing from government is ever mandatory on paper. It always says it's guidance. And we all know what government guidance means, which is you need to do it. And actually, there are some words in there, and I think Councillor Cubitt would call them weasel words if given the chance, around exceptional circumstances. However, no local authority, to my knowledge, has ever demonstrated exceptional circumstances. If there were a single local authority in the country who have successfully pushed back on the government's housing numbers, then let's have that conversation. Let's see whether it's the appropriate number for Basingstoke. However, to my knowledge, that has not happened. So I'm afraid, in this case, the MPs, I'm afraid, are wrong to say that it is our choice, because it is not. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Robinson. I think that cleared some of the air. If you can please, unless there's any more questions to Councillor Robinson, if you can please wipe down the speaking station, and then we'll have Councillor Sven Goddison, please. Councillor Goddison, you're going to have 4 minutes. Okay, I'll hand you over to Councillor Koneski.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Goddison, you have 4 minutes starting as soon as you're ready. Sorry, Councillor Goddison, you need to put your microphone on.
Is that on now? Yeah. Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to address the committee. It's not my intention to comment on any of the sites mentioned in this agenda, with the exception of OLD 002, known locally as Lodge Farm, with a potential yield of 900 houses. I will comment on Lodge Farm only because the River Loddon runs along the southeastern boundary of that site. I repeat, the River Loddon runs along the southeastern boundary of that site. Being elected as a borough councillor is a privilege, and it is also a responsibility. Within our borough, there are substantial numbers of historic sites, buildings of particular architectural interest, sinks, AONBs, and a number of particularly important chalk streams. We have a duty to ensure that these are all maintained in good order, improved if possible, and passed on to future generations of residents to enjoy. 95% of all chalk streams in the UK are in Hampshire. The chalk streams are of enormous environmental importance and biodiversity very sensitive. The jewel in our crown is, of course, the test. The Loddon is a leader in the following pack. If the Cabinet were to suggest that 900 houses be built right next to the test, the roar of anger would be deafening and might well result in a firing squad on the War Memorial Park. Yet this is what is being proposed for the Loddon. I take you back to page 131-31 on the agenda. The Loddon runs along the southeastern boundary of this site. With your indulgence, I will take you back to 132-32 of the agenda. In the course of the examination of our current local plan, the inspector considered that this site should not be allocated. The key concerns he noted related to flood risk and biodiversity. When you come to consider your responses to the portfolio holder and any comments you might wish to make to him, I hope that you may feel able to recommend that OLD 002 Lodge Farm be removed from the list of sites shortlisted for potential allocation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Councillor Goddison. Does anybody have any questions for Councillor Goddison? No, I actually have one. Okay, if you look on page 130 of the paper, okay, that we have in front of us, okay, there's some detail about this very site, and this actual site is, as I understand it, allocated within the current local plan, okay, and that the site area reflects the original promotion for 900 units. How can you explain your comments to the fact that, you know, it wasn't protected, or it's not protected now, when it was actually in the current local plan, okay? And I'm assuming it was protected there from the paperwork.
Well, as a result of the inspector's comments on the previous occasion, it was not put in the SHLA to be developed at that time.
Wrong site. You're on the wrong site, Ron. Sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry, am I on the wrong side? I do beg your pardon. Okay, I apologise. Okay, all right. I beg your pardon. Okay, I withdraw my question. Okay, I do apologise for that, Councillor Goddison. Does anybody else have a question for the councillor before we ask him to stand down? No? Okay, Councillor Goddison, if you can just run cleaning costs. Thank you very much. Okay. Let's move on to Councillor Raffel, please. Councillor Raffel, you have 4 minutes. Okay, and I'll hand you over to Councillor Keneski.
Thank you, Councillor Raffel. I'm sure you know the routine by now, so 4 minutes begins as soon as you're ready.
Chairman, thank you for allowing me to address the meeting. I want to talk about coalescence to begin with. I can't find any reference in this report to coalescence. When we drew up the last local plan, we spent a lot of time talking about wanting to prevent the coalescence of the expanding Basingstoke into Oakley, into Sherburn St John and into Sherford-on-Loddon. And I drew up the policy of strategic gaps, which an inspector approved. They gave an element of protection for those three areas, and of course the Basing Fen and the M3 were seen as protection for the other sides of Basingstoke. In this report there are two sites, one that has made the shortlist, east of Old Basing Old 007, and the other that has not, Upper Swallock, both of which propose coalescence and the enveloping of villages. Never before has that been done in a local plan, apart from, of course, the unique circumstances of Worting being surrounded by Manydown. Never before have we had proposals that would mean that Basingstoke can engulf 2,000-year-old villages. This should not be allowed to happen. If either site was put forward, then we will be saying, and either site approved, then we will be saying that it is all right to engulf Dummer, engulf North Waltham, engulf Oakley, engulf Wootton St Lawrence, engulf Sherburn St John and Sherford-on-Loddon when the local plan is reviewed in 5 and 10 years' time. We must take a stand and prevent such villages being engulfed. An inspector supported that view before, and I'm sure that they will support such a view again. Indeed, the portfolio holder said in his foreword in this report that he supported maintaining the vitality of our rural communities. Quite right. but surrounding them with houses and cutting them off from the countryside and calling them Basingstoke is totally inconsistent with that policy. Old Basing is approximately 1,700 houses. Adding 800 to the village is just under a 50% increase. Cliddesden is substantially smaller, and the proposal is substantially greater with 2,500 homes. Coalescence kills villages and should not be allowed to happen. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to talk about climate change. Climate change policies are meant to run through our emerging local plan and this report like a golden thread. That's our ambition. But how does that policy sit with putting a site of 800 homes next to Old Basing, with currently no footpath links and none envisaged, no cycle routes, no prospect to the site generating a sustainable transport system, and therefore no possibility of it being carbon neutral? It will be totally dependent on fossil-based fuel cars. And that same problem is magnified with the Upper Swallock proposal, something that the officer report acknowledges and agrees that it is unsustainable. Both of these sites, in my view, fail our climate change policy. I want to turn to harm to the natural environment. The report unfortunately fails to spell out the obvious, that large sites cause the most harm to the natural environment. We expect new developments to produce biodiversity net gains. But in my view, it will never be achieved on a large site, but is achievable on smaller sites. It's far easier to preserve wildlife and green space corridors on small sites, far easier to protect the landscape quality on a smaller site. Yet instead, the site east of Old Basing and the Upper Swallock proposal would cause irreparable harm to the natural environment and to the landscape quality that can never be repaired. I want to turn to option 4 and the various options you've got. I certainly don't criticise the methodology employed by officers in this report. I don't criticise it. However, I do ask that another option is considered, and I see my time is running out, so I'm going to cut short and say this. If there is no mention of redevelopment of Festival Place and the malls, which in my view are inevitable given the recent press interest, and it would be perfectly possible for 800 homes, once we'd had a proper debate on how they should be in their size and location, to be in the centre of Basingstoke. And so I'd ask you to consider to remove the 800 on the east of Old Basing and put in a figure for 800 in the centre of Basing. Chairman, I could answer questions, but I've cut short because of the time.
Thank you very much. Does anybody have any councillor have a question for Councillor Raffel? Councillor Harvey.
Mark, I get your passion about trying to save Old Basing, and I get your passion about trying to save Cliddesden, and I agree with you. I've got no issue with that at all. What I do have an issue with is you saying you're going to dump it in the town centre as your answer to the question. So why the hell should we in the town centre take 800 homes on top of Festival Place, screw our environment, screw our biodiversity and our climate change issues for the sake of Old Basing and Cliddesden? Surely the answer is none of us should be in this position in the first place. So why should we all have to play the game of, well, I don't want to take it, but you lot have it instead? Because I find that really difficult to deal with in this debate. And I'm sure you're not on that page, but I'm surprised of all people that you're articulating it. Because I never thought I'd heard those words from you, depending all those years you were in charge of the local plan. And I think if we're into that sort of game, then we're all going to lose. And that's the point I really want to raise with you, if that's...
Yes. No, well, I will respond to it. Firstly, I see redevelopment of the centre of Basingstoke as inevitable. So we need to embrace it, we need to have policies on it, and we need to work out what is acceptable to us as a council and how we can enforce that, whether that be the number of flats, the height, the location of them. And it's going to be limited. It's a short-term fix. It's not something that's going to go on forever. It just has to be dealt with. The change of the way the economy is working in the centre of Basingstoke is well known. It's not going to be just all about shops. And indeed, various consultants have told us that ad infinitum. People need to live in the centre of Basingstoke to make it thrive and hum. And unfortunately, at the moment, we have insufficient people living in the centre of Basingstoke to make it thrive and hum. There's got to be leisure. There's got to be pleasurable. It's got to be a place with open spaces that are easily acceptable and enhanced. And it's not about cramming in. It's about a one-time offering of what that should be. Now is the time it's going to happen. The landowners will not, or the owners, the freeholders, will not sit back and see no revenue for long. They'll be putting proposals in. Now is the time for us to design that into our local plan. I said 800. It could be 400. Could be higher than 800. But I don't think it should be much higher. Not that I'm an expert in those numbers. But and it's not about doing dumping. It's about saying it's inevitable. It's been in the local press. Someone started chattering about it, and clearly it's inevitable. It's going to come, and we have to embrace it. Of course, the council itself is part landowner, and it will be faced with an opportunity that would be ridiculous to turn down. Whereas thriving towns, Basingstoke used to thrive as a market town because it had people living in the centre of Basingstoke, and then silly people flattened it and moved everyone out. And then now we're in a situation where we need more people living in the centre of Basingstoke, and that's my view, but not excessively and not without great discussion and policies being framed. And there should be a figure, in my view, in the local plan that reflects that, albeit it won't be necessary to deliver in the first 5 years.
Thank you, Councillor Raffel. If we can move on to the next questioner, I've got Councillor Carruthers, please.
Councillor Raffel, you mentioned that large sites can't achieve biodiversity, but that smaller sites can. On page 47 of the report, it says here, it is likely that all options could have significant negative effects on biodiversity given the land take involved and spread of biodiversity assets across the borough. Although the incoming requirements for achieving biodiversity net gain should result in some improvements. Do you believe that we can achieve net gain with smaller sites?
Yes, I was going to mention about option 4. Option 4 is about engaging with the local villages and saying, look, we'll come up with a figure and you work out where it goes. It's true neighbourhood planning, which, as you know, I believe in. And it's about saying to them, come back and fix it. And you take your share of the pain, but you do it in your own way. And it's far easier to have smaller sites, 10, 20 homes, where you can actually keep the hedgerows. You can keep the corridors and the paths and the fields between settlements. But these massive, sprawling developments, in my view, cannot achieve biodiversity net gain. How can it be right to flatten everything, pull out the natural environment, destroy species, and then say, oh, we're going to set aside a piece of land to put it all back in again? It's counterintuitive, it's wrong. And I dare say what Mr. Kubert was trying to say was about the Environment Bill coming through is going to force us to address all of this. But I'm not saying put this off because we need to wrestle with it. But what I am saying is that local communities can solve these things far easier on smaller sites. And there may be an option there. I'm not saying it's the only option. There's a methodology with saying, can you pick and mix your way through the 1 to 5 or whatever it was? And I think there's a conversation to have.
Thank you very much, Councillor Raffel. There is one more questioner that I have for you, which is Councillor McCormick.
Thank you, Chair. So we do have historical precedent of engulfing, because Kempshot once was a village on its own and it's now joined, assimilated to the larger town. I think that it's in terms of what happened with the town centre, that predates my time alive, let alone on this council. We had a massively expanded new town. The town centre itself was unable to cope, it had massive congestion, and the shopping centre was built a much expanded retail offer on what was there before, and the number of residential premises in the old town centre was not that great. It was vastly exceeded by what was built on the outside. Since 2000, we've had a couple of thousand flats already built in the town centre, and that doesn't appear to have.
Question, please.
Well, I'm just building up to it, Chair, but craving indulgence. So we might be looking at several hundred or over 1,000 new flats in the town centre. Containing this report, and I can't remember the page now, there is reference to the fact that demand for flats is going down. So can you explain how you would see building more flats in the town centre being something that sort of benefits the town, if these things are not wanted, and how is that going to address the demand for family homes?
I can't see the private sector building homes that aren't wanted. That's my answer. If they're clamouring to do something to bring in revenue, it's because they believe they will sell. And of course, 40% would be affordable, which is part of our overall achievement.
Thank you, Councillor Raffel. If there are no more questions, Councillor Watts.
Thank you, Mark. You and your colleagues have come to this committee and said we should take this site out, move another site here to the town, surely we as a council should be getting to the root cause of the issue here, which is the government is determining our local housing figure. So where is your influence as a Conservative cabinet MPs? We have Conservatives all over the place, is influencing this government to reduce this absurd target imposed on Basingstoke and Dean.
The answer to that is a very difficult one. No members of Parliament, not the Labour Party or the Conservative Party, want to reduce the ambition to build as much as possible. And historically, the Labour councillors here have wanted to build as much as possible more than the Conservatives. And the Liberal Democrats have historically been somewhere in between. And as we found out with the local plan, the Liberal Democrats were proven right, because the figure that we ended up with was roughly what they said. And when we asked the Labour Party with the last local plan what we should have, they went silent, having previously wanted a much higher target through the South East plan. So we're not getting political support from above to reduce the numbers, and we won't get it. So it's down to us to make sure that we, unfortunately, if we can't persuade them, is to make sure the homes go in the right places. And we stress and have to deal with things on a site-by-site basis. And my submissions to you are that 2 of the sites, one that's made the cut and one hasn't, would destroy 2 villages. And that's a big thing. Whereas other sites don't come into that category. They are sprawling further off into different directions and with their own problems. And I'm not talking about them for obvious reasons, because that's for others to make those arguments. And I just want to give weight to what I've said so that you put that in when you weigh up the difficult decisions you've got to make.
Thank you, Councillor Raffel. If there's no more questions for Councillor, and then if you can just wipe the table down and also the silver button, okay, and then we'll move on to Councillor Tilbury, please. Councillor Tilbury, you have 4 minutes. I'm going to hand you over to Councillor Kineski.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, this is all a bit rushed, isn't it? And it all comes down to our old friend Manydown, doesn't it? This is why we're in this position. We're having to review our local plan after 5 years. Well, we need to do it, but we shouldn't really need to have to do much because nothing has happened since 2012. We went to the High Court. Well, we were dragged kicking and screaming to the High Court, made to develop our own land. And we've done nothing. We've messed around. We've looked at odds and ends. You know, go back to 1963 when the new town, expanded new town, it was announced by the government. The money was put in to do it. They got on and did it. Built the new estates, the council estates, the new private estates, the ring road. Brought in industry from all over, from London for the London overspill. That was done and that was up and running within a few years. We are nearly 10 years down the line and Manydown is still a farm, basically. You know, we've heard a lot tonight, well, we can't, the MPs don't support. Well, yeah, I thought we lived in some sort of a democracy where the MPs did what we wanted. You know, it seems they go to Westminster and then they're sort of some alien groupthink or whatever, and they just do as they please, and they don't represent the constituents at all. They rarely appear in the area unless it's for a photo shoot somewhere, and that's that. You know, I mean, this is becoming farcical. The town is growing at a ridiculous rate, and it's dragging all the rural areas with it. We're seeing major changes with the pandemic. I mean, we had this discussion recently, Sam, but the railways, you know, that was one of the reasons we were always having houses dumped on us in Over and Wichita and Bramley because we're on railway lines, and to a lesser extent Basingstoke. But no one's using the railways anymore. Go to the railway stations now. The one thing I've not had to listen to for the last year is people moaning about the poor parking at the railway station because it isn't a problem anymore. The cars have all gone. There's 50 cars when there used to be 150 in Over, and Wichita is probably about the same. And I don't know what Bramley's like because they haven't got a car park anyway, but they have a very good railway station. I mean, the Upper Swallock one is just bonkers, isn't it? Once you go that side of the M3, you will destroy the entire area. There will be no, you know, Basingstoke will just sprawl over that side, and it will never be part of Basingstoke because the M3 is just such a major barrier to everything, unless you turn it into a tunnel, cover the whole thing over. But the most crazy one is the idea they can build a new town at Popham with 3,000 houses. We can't even build 3,000 houses on Manydown. The idea that you can create a new settlement in the middle of nowhere on one of the highest pieces of land in this area. Has anyone actually been to Popham who's put this together? You know, I was up on Watership Down the other day, and you can look right across it, and you can actually, never used to be able to see Basingstoke. You could just about make out the two stainless steel towers at the paper mill in Over, and that was the only landmark. But you can actually see Hounsome Fields from up there now. And back over the last summer, you could see the yellow crane where they're building the McCarthy and Stone thing. You can actually see from the edge of Over, and that's how close it is now. So the poor old bunnies at Watership Down are going to be looking to move again now. I mean, this is just getting crazy. We cannot build at this rate. You can't carry on like this because it becomes self-fulfilling. Every time we build more houses, we will have more dumped on us. You know, we really need to get our MPs to start acting like MPs as if they're here. I mean, I understand the way the political parties work is that they're there to support the MPs. That's why we have a North West Hampshire Conservative Association and all that. And they work in the town. I'm not really sure, but they're all there to support the MPs to get them elected. Well, you've got them elected, now get them to do what we want. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Councillor Tilbury? Anybody? No? Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Tilbury. And we'll move on to the next speaker, which will be Councillor Diane Taylor, please. Thank you, Councillor Taylor. You'll have 4 minutes and I'll pass you over to Councillor Kineski.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. I come before you as a councillor whose ward is taking the lion's share of development in the current local plan and will undoubtedly take the lion's share in the revised local plan. Did ever a ward have to shoulder such responsibility for a borough's housing figures? I have two basic points to make, one very broad and one very specific. The first is the common theme, which has been so well and passionately expressed by Councillor Cubitt. And it's one that I've been grappling with long before the current demonstration and drive to challenge the imposition of so much housing in this borough. I'm not jumping on a bandwagon, I've been on it for years, but I'm adding my voice to a sound that is gaining momentum, certainly amongst many people who contact me. Please, would this committee consider sending a message to this administration and, more importantly, to central government, that we in Basingstoke and Deane are no longer prepared to dance to the tune of a set of policies that demand houses to be built on our land anywhere and everywhere, with so much emphasis on this corner of southern England. And can we please question the iniquitous 5-year housing land supply policy that so readily nullifies all of our hard work in drawing up our own planning policies? I ask this at a time when, owing to our housing land supply shortfall, I've had to take part in a gruelling and painful appeal hearing at which a further 110 houses were allowed in Oakley, adjacent to its conservation area, in a field not designated in the carefully drawn up neighbourhood plan, raising the total of new houses approved over the plan period to double, with more to come. So much for the much trumpeted neighbourhood plans, destroyed by government policy. It's just simply wrong. It is leading to the destruction of countryside and of communities and hands power to the very people who care not one jot about the lives and well-being of residents. Developers and greedy landowners see the world only in terms of money, and we seem to have landed a set of planning policies that makes this easy for them. Money speaks, and it should be the well-being of people that speaks. We have got our priorities all wrong. We so often seem to roll over and give in when we should be standing up and fighting. We should be questioning policies and demanding that Basingstoke ceases to be a dumping ground for bog-standard housing estates. With the rise of remote working, there is no longer a need to concentrate so much in one area. There should no longer be the need to sacrifice valuable agricultural land, diverse town centres and village communities to the god of mass building. And I'd like to say if our MPs want to be re-elected and if our government wants to be re-elected, they must listen to the sound that's coming and coming strongly. My second, more specific point, and I'll only just touch on this because I believe it will be more relevant at your next meeting, it springs directly from my experience of my ward. I very much welcome the section of the report which addresses the growth of rural communities and the possible negative impact of changing a settlement's character. In your discussions and in your deliberations between now and the November meeting, please can you consider the impact on overgrowth in village communities, such as Oakley and indeed Bramley over the other side, who now struggle to maintain their valuable village ambience and identity. I obviously know most about the villages to the west, which are situated in an area that is due to take most of the eye-watering numbers of new homes, 12,500 in this proposal that we have before us. And that's before you even count the 3,500 yet to be built at the adjacent Manydown North estate when it actually comes forward. Please, would the committee endorse the message given at the meeting to discuss the vision for the southwest of Basingstoke, which was that villages, and especially Oakley, that will be surrounded by new developments, must be released from further housing allocations or any further extension of its SPB. I'll finish there because I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Does anybody have a question for Councillor Taylor? No? Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Taylor. If you'd just like to do your housekeeping. Thank you very much. Okay, let's move on to the next speaker, okay, which is Councillor Phillimore, please. Good evening, Councillor Phillimore. You'll have 4 minutes and I'll hand you over to Councillor Kaneska.
Right, good evening everybody. I'm speaking tonight as a councillor for Overton and Whitchurch, but also as a councillor for Basingstoke and Dean. We're discussing sites around Basingstoke tonight that will have a huge implications for the rural areas of our borough, but you aren't discussing the villages and towns until November. So far meetings have been held with ward councillors in little groups, all split up and divided from each other. The process feels disjointed. Unless we all understand the bigger picture, we risk making mistakes that people in our communities will have to live with the consequences of. Overton faces continued speculative development. Another 75 units is probable, and I ask, will those numbers be counted in your figures, or are they an added extra that we just have to put up with? We cannot sustain this level of growth without doing serious harm to our communities, and your report tonight admits as much, but then says, well, we can mitigate for all of that, so it's okay to push for 18,000 more houses and flats. The scale of growth of our borough is being asked to take needs to be challenged. We cannot just roll over and accept the government's top-down housing targets. It's not as if the homes we are building are going to local people. It's not as if we're seeing the infrastructure to support it either. Developers are openly advertising their promoted sites in London, encouraging people to move to Basingstoke. We're not just talking about our own community needs, we're talking about large movements of people to Basingstoke as a growth area. Who voted for that? Did the administration's manifesto talk about that scale of growth? I don't think so. There's no mandate for this level of growth in Basingstoke and Dean. The report before you talks about a lot of evidence still being worked on. How can you decide which sites you want to promote in a shortlist when you haven't got all the evidence in front of you? Your views tonight, members, will shape the choice officers and the Cabinet are making. You'll be asked to recommend your shortlist, and what then? Officers and Cabinet will go away guided by your choices to work on the next step. Our rural communities are being pitted against each other in Basingstoke. North versus east, south versus west is how it feels. Be very careful, colleagues, what you wish for tonight. There's a nasty sting in here for the tail for all of us. Unless we have the courage to challenge the underlying assumptions being made, we simply don't want to grow at the scale being proposed. It's not just sustainable, and we all know it. Additionally, I would like to further comment on Councillor Gollison when he said the River Test is a jewel in the chalk stream in our area. He mentioned a massive figure of 900. Well, 570 is not too far behind. 260 for Overton, 310 for Whitchurch, in a beautiful, diverse area. And also, I do share Councillor Taylor's comments about neighbourhood plans, and don't share Councillor Raphael's love of neighbourhood plans, because, as I've said in the council at various times, if you haven't got a 5-year land supply, they're not worth the paper they're written on.
Thank you, Councillor Tilbury. Do we have... Sorry, I do beg your pardon. Councillor Fillmore, I'm reading from a list down here, trying to multitask. something which I'm failing miserably at. Okay. Councillor Phillimore. Does anybody have a question for Councillor Phillimore? No? Thank you. Councillor Phillimore, if you could just take a cleaning steri strip and just wipe the table and also the silver button, that'd be great. Thank you. I'd now like to call Councillor Chris Tomlin, please. Councillor Tomlin, welcome. Okay, you'll have 4 minutes. I'm going to hand you over to Councillor Kineski.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, members. I recently read that the Local Government Association have stated that we need quality homes improving the communities we live in that meet local needs, are well integrated with and improve their local communities, have the right infrastructure, not just roads, but schools, green infrastructure, parks and health services. Well, I would be very concerned with the report before you. Do we need so many new homes? We should be challenging the government on this. We have been supplying homes over recent years well in excess of our neighbouring boroughs, so why more? The report before you lacks the water cycle study or the transport assessment, and so I fail to see how this committee would be able to make considered decisions. Throughout this report, it glosses over the lack of data. It'll be all right, don't worry, and often features the mitigation word. How are we going to supply water and sewage facilities? Initial information that I'm aware of suggests that we are limited in water provision and our main river, the Loddon, already exceeds its permitted level of sewage contamination. Traffic studies are missing. How can we manage the increase in traffic brought about by the proposed greenfield sites of the promoted options? The favoured option 2 of the strategy, to tag sites onto the back of those in our current local plan, will result in our community's lack of existing infrastructure being stretched even further. These areas will see further removal of open spaces and countryside. We should share this impact more fairly across the whole borough. Option 5, using the larger sites and garden communities, would have the best potential as we are starting with a clean sheet and can get it right. Infrastructure first. We can use sites south of the M3 at long last. I don't accept the argument that developers will be slow to deliver these larger sites. The UK has over 1.1 million homes with planning permission not yet built. Any site will be purely in the hands of a developer to deliver when they are ready. Moving to the specific sites in the new Bramley ward, you will hear later from the Parish Council in Bramley that it has a broken sewage system, and that information in the report on school places and medical facilities is not consistent with the statements from those organisations. Bramley therefore does not tick as many boxes for any future homes until this is fixed. Even then, where can they place an allocation of 70 homes by neighbourhood planning? All the promoted sites from the Sheila are for much larger numbers, and I'm sure developers would not be satisfied with low numbers. Bramley 011 land to the west of Cuffold Farm. This is an add-on site of 500 homes to the Cuffold Farm site for 350 homes. All 850 homes will have to access through Razors Farm in the Chinham Business Park to get to the A33 bottleneck. This is all in open countryside with historic woods, sinks and lies within the setting of the historical Vine House. The lack of development of the Chinham Shopping Centre will further challenge the available facilities. Where is our rapid transport system? Will it come this way? Cuffold Farm is already contributing to it as the county can't improve the A33 anymore. I've heard nothing. Have members? Sherford and Loddon sites, Sol 8, 7, 10 and 15. 700 houses swamping the hamlet of Church End and areas of Wildmoor. These sites are alongside the massively congested A33 and will then join Sheffield on Loddon up with Sheffield Park. I'll get it right, Sheffield Park. Chinham and Old Basing into one massive swathe of housing, losing the important separation between the town and the villages. 35 homes in the village, there are no sites, so how will that work if we follow option 2? I attended the local plan maps, but I must say I feel we have not debated the strategy, simply that our comments have been logged but largely ignored, as demonstrated by the strategy you are being asked to approve. More work is needed, more consultation with ward members, more consultation with the local experts who know their areas so well. That's the only way to build a local plan. Let's not repeat the failings of the process that led to our current plan back in 2011. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Tomlin. That was right to the second. Well rehearsed. Does anybody have a question for Councillor Tomlin? No? Okay, Councillor Tomlin, if you can clean and sanitise the area before you leave, that would be fantastic. Now I'd like to move on to Councillor Carolyn Waldridge, please. Thank you, Councillor. You will have 4 minutes. Your microphone is already switched on, so I'll pass you over to Councillor Koneski.
Thank you, Chair and Vice Chair. I'd like this evening to speak in my capacity as Northern Councillor, but also former Brighton Hill Councillor, Brighton Hill North Councillor. Firstly, before I start talking about specific sites, I'd like to concur with earlier comments about the fact we've actually got no mandate whatsoever for numbers approaching 900 per year of houses to be built. You know, I think, you know, as has been eloquently said earlier, you know, there's absolutely no mandate for this. You know, what we really need to look at is making sure that the housing type that we build is the correct housing type, not all these flats that people don't want. We need truly affordable housing, as Councillor said time and time again, and by that I mean social housing that you know, people on the housing register can actually afford to live in. So, you know, we need to sort our infrastructure out first. So I absolutely concur with comments that have been made earlier with regard to that. I'd now like to talk about two specific sites, one that's been shortlisted and one that hasn't. The shortlisted site is in my own ward of Norden, and it's Coronation Road, BAS 003, I think it is. And I'd just like to speak on behalf of the many Coronation Road residents with regard to this. Basically, Coronation Road, for those that don't know it, is basically a cul-de-sac. It's a single access road and a very narrow road with parking at both sides. It's already had a 28 sort of permitted development sort of flat stroke beds it's built in the last year. It's got the likelihood of another permitted development coming up very soon of another sort of 20 units. So even though it's only anticipated that we're looking at 17 units for this site, it would be, you know, something that's going to make the sort of the highway situation unbearable on that road. The road's of poor condition. Basically, the cars are always parked there. They can't really easily repair the road, and it will just make it, you know, an impossible situation for those residents in Coronation Road. They have previously sort of been vociferous in pointing this out. So I think officers could look at the previous planning applications with regard to the permitted developments to see the range of feeling on this. So I would just like to appeal to the committee to consider removing that from the shortlist. The other site that I'd really like to talk to about tonight is in the capacity of former Brighton Hill North Councillor, and that's the Upper Swallock development. I think it's absolutely crazy that this is. You're going to even discuss putting that back in the shortlist tonight. You know, I could speak about that site in terms of the heritage, in terms of the beauty of the site. As a passionate, you know, I'm passionately use that site for running, cycling, you know, 2, 3, 4, 5 times a week. And as somebody who was born and brought up in God's own county of Yorkshire and West Yorkshire at that, with some of the most beautiful places in the country, that site compares with it in terms of its beauty. And to build 2,500 housings on that site is absolutely criminal in my view. But beyond that, looking at the planning reasons, I think you really need to look at the experts, read the report as to reasons why it's not been included in the shortlist. Which, you know, the officers have been clear about the negative impact, both in terms of sustainability, in terms of highways, but what I'd like to say is, as a Brighton Hill North resident, basically the travel issues with regard to Woods Lane, Garlick Road will lead to a massive sort of influx of car traffic throughout Brighton Hill onto Hatchwarren Way, which will then lead to problems in other bits of Brighton Hill along Brighton Way, and it will just... Oh yeah, sorry. So make it impossible for Brighton Hill residents. So it's just not a sustainable site in terms of the traffic implications and highway implications. So sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Wood. If you can turn
Unfortunately,
off
I
your
didn't have
microphone,
time
please,
to
for the moment.
read it or plan it or time it. So
If you can just turn off your microphone. For
Oh,
the
sorry.
moment, please. Thank you. Does anybody have any member have a question for Councillor Waldridge? No? Nothing at all? Councillor Watts.
On Coronation Road, I've had the privilege of working down at the sites down at the bottom. They are small units, and they'll be a valuable loss for Basingstoke and Dean, because that's what we need, small industrial units. I think it's identified in this report we're going to have a shortfall, and as you've already explained, we have appalling parking going down that road as well. So I think it's very important that this council considers that. I don't know whether that was a question or not, but it's a statement.
thank you for raising that, Gary. Actually, it is something I missed out. I didn't have time, but and it's interesting in the report. It mentions about it not. One of the reasons for possibly putting it forward was the fact that the industry doesn't fit alongside sort of residential. But on reading all the objections to the permitted developments previously, it's actually to the contrary. Residents don't like the fact that they've got that industry at the end, and they've not ever made a comment about it being a problem having that industry in there. And I'm sure Councillor Harvey will concur with that. So, I'm glad you've raised that, because it's highlighted something that's absolutely important. We need to hold on to those small sites for industry and employment. So thanks for raising that. And I'm sorry I missed it out. I didn't. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Waldridge. Okay, if no one else has got any questions, okay, you can just quickly take one of the sterile wipes and just wipe the workstation down. That would be appreciated. And I'd like to call forward Councillor Follett-Maitland, please. Good evening, Councillor. Okay, you will have 4 minutes, and I'll hand you over to my Vice Chair, Councillor Kinescu.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for allowing me to speak today. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Councillor Lucy Follett-Maitland. I'm one of the newly elected councillors, and I represent the ward of Whitchurch, Overton and Laverstoke. I'm also speaking here in my capacity today as chair of Whitchurch Conservation Group. It's a constituted community group with over 800 local Whitchurch residents, so fairly substantial. We seek to preserve Whitchurch's green spaces, but we also recognise proportionate development, and we seek to improve Whitchurch's infrastructure. I'm here today to add my voice to the growing list of elected representatives, individuals and community groups to raise concerns. I've got 2 points to make. Number 1, please challenge the numbers. I'd like to reinforce the words of Councillor Cubitt and also Councillor Taylor and others to ask you to please challenge the algorithm on which the figure of 7,737 houses for the borough is based, and the unfeasibly high number of 310 houses for Whitchurch. These numbers don't take account of environmental issues such as mapping constraints, nitrate constraints, infrastructure constraints, and medical and educational constraints, etc., etc. What evidence and assessments is this number based upon? We call for an independent body to review these calculations and their appropriateness for the borough of Basingstoke and Dean. My second point, proportionate development. We reject high levels of growth, but we accept proportionate levels of growth based on the landscape assessment commissioned by Basingstoke and Dean Borough Council. Our argument has been utterly consistent in saying that the environmental capacity of Whitchurch, Overton and other settlements needs to be respected in its own right, along with high-level constraints, for example, the AONB, triple SIs, river test, conservation areas and listed buildings. Oh, And by the way, Whitchurch took 350 houses from 2014 to 2029 under the Whitchurch Neighbourhood Plan. So, if Whitchurch is to take another 310 houses, effectively from 2029 to 2039, then the development rate is increasing by 35%. And finally, in the words of Dorothy in the last scene of the 1939 film The Wizard of Oz, there's no place like home, but seemingly not if you live in a Tier 2 large service centre like Whitchurch, where you're subject to a meaningless algorithm which seeks to dump unallocated housing numbers without correct consideration for the environmental constraints in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Follett-Maitland. Do we have any questions? Councillor Mahaffey.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor. That was very interesting. I share everybody's view that's been spoken this evening, but the one thing that you raised I thought was very interesting was the idea of an independent review, or an independent body to review it. I'm interested what your thoughts are, or the thoughts of your group are, on how that review should be scoped, and how it should be scoped differently from the approach that the government has taken, and the approach that has been presented towards us already.
Thank you, Councillor Mahaffey. Councillor Follett-Maitland, it was a rather large question, which has got a massive answer. But as we have a lot of speakers, I'd like you to try and contain it to 1 minute, please.
I think the most straightforward way to answer that is to follow the lead of Councillor Cubitt, who explained that she wasn't an expert in that area. Neither am I. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. That was rather less than a minute. Thank you. Okay, are there any more questions? Councillor McCormick.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and be as brief as possible. Approximately how many houses are there in Whitchurch now?
In terms of, we have around 9,000. We face speculative development from land speculators Genco on the AONB north of Whitchurch Station, and that's proposing a further 1,300. And that is our clearest threat, but I'd like to speak further about that at the November meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Follett-Maitland. Okay, if you could, if there are no more questions, okay, if you'd just like to sanitise the workstation, please, for the next speaker, which is Councillor Paul Miller, please. So if Councillor Miller can come forward. Thank you, Councillor Miller. Welcome to EPH. I don't need to tell you that you've got 4 minutes, okay? I'll hand you over to my vice.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm speaking tonight as a ward councillor, and from the other end of the table tonight, because I've been here before. I probably agree with 95% of what's been said before, and I'm not going to repeat it. I'm going to focus on one aspect that was brought to the committee by the portfolio holder tonight. Essentially, we need a local plan update. We're mandated to do it every 5 years, and we've hit the 5-year point. And we have to identify sites for, and I'm not going to go through the numbers, for whatever is necessary in the future. I'd just like to bring you back to one of the policies in our existing local plan. It's policy SS3. Greenfield site allocations in the current local plan, page 36 of 185 for reference. And draw your attention to the last sentence of that. Where 2 or more sites are adjacent to each other, master planning should be undertaken jointly. Now, it won't be a surprise to you. You've probably heard about master planning from me in the past. Well, that's what I'm focusing on, because that's all very well and good. That approach was attempted in 2 instances to the north of Basingstoke, and I'm not blaming officers in any way whatever. And 2 SPDs, supplementary planning documents, were produced in good faith, and it's according to that policy. And below that policy is the list of the sites in the current local plan. Without going into details, that phasing has not worked and has exacerbated the lack of the 5-year land supply. Why? Because our plan is dependent on delivery by several external stakeholders who have not adhered to the sequence that they've been consulted upon and sanctioned by the Planning Inspectorate. It has resulted today in a fragmented implementation of community facilities, examples of which are residential developments that have no community facilities and a lack of schools in the right places. The master plans were all very well, but the assumptions made were predicated on stakeholders adhering to their commitments that they have singularly failed to do. Overall master planning is an essential top-down activity that provides an overview of the final grouping of sites, not necessarily adjacent, to provide the necessary data for transport provision, community and social infrastructure, and individual sites are examined bottom up to match the master plan. That's the way it works. And the detail of the community requirements, many of which are dependent on those external stakeholders. So you do it 2 ways. And you actually come together with the plan that you can be implemented, and you get the commitment from those stakeholders. You hold them to account. Unless this is planned and conducted with committed external bodies, it is doomed to failure, as we see today with community infrastructure in deficit. This is particularly important in relation to the cluster of proposed sites to the northeast of Basingstoke, of which you've heard much from previous speakers. That's all I have for you, committee, because I think it's so important to consider that strategic approach to the whole plan. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Does anybody have a question for Councillor Miller? No? Okay, Councillor Miller, if you can just sanitise your workstation, please, that would be fantastic. Now I'd like to move to our public speakers, and I'd like to call forward Lucy Clohessy. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Thank you. Okay, you'll have 2 minutes, and I'll hand you over to my Vice Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak. I'm here to speak on behalf of my children, who are 6 months, 2 years and 4. And the already nature-deprived children of Basingstoke Town. For how we respond to the climate and ecological crisis is, of course, a children's rights issue. I'm frankly amazed and surprised that sites for 18,000 homes have been identified without essential evidence, such as the water cycle study, transport study and sustainability study. I'm appalled that development in A&OB's Loddon Valley, green space, open space and near chalk streams is being considered. The children of Basingstoke deserve to breathe cleaner air, play in natural areas, paddle in the Loddon not grotesquely polluted with chemicals and sewage. How is this too much to ask? The happiness and health of our town depends on access to nature. It also depends on being ready for climate change. I see no real evidence of this in this document or elsewhere. Can you reassure us that there will be no offsetting of carbon impact, no offsetting of open space? Can you reassure us that you won't try and house families in flats? Can you tell me how these new developments will affect the fact all wards in Basingstoke bar Kempshot have below the national standard for green space? How will people, children, live happy, healthy lives in these dwellings without adequate infrastructure? I live opposite the Chapelgate development. We now have an under provision of open space in Norden and more development planned at Laleham. The estate is sterile and nods lamely to biodiversity. There is no sign of climate resilience. The playground is empty of children whenever I go past, and clearly designed without thought and without the need for children to play in natural environments for mental health. Yeah. We are in a climate and ecological crisis. Please, can we now act like it?
Thank you, Lucy. Does anybody have a question for Lucy, members? Yeah, Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Lucy. Obviously, in terms of the environmental issues and the perspective that you have for children, it's critical that we take that seriously as a council. I'm sure that we will, and I hope we will around the table. But I guess the question becomes, what are the things that you think we could do or should be doing from a positive point of view? If we've identified what the crisis is, from your perspective, what's the step that we should be taking to resolve it or try and at least to address it in some ways?
Thank you, Councillor Harvey. Lucy, you have 1 minute to form a reply to such a large area. I'm sorry.
I think that we need to take seriously the unequivocal scientific evidence that now links nature and health. We now know that access to natural areas can reduce the health gap between rich and poor and address socio-economic inequalities, which is really important for Basingstoke Town. We need to give children wilder play areas. We know that wilder play areas can lead to more creative play. We know children have higher IQs if they have access to green space. We know that air pollution is now linked to psychosis and schizophrenia in teenagers. We need to work much harder to orient children into natural spaces, make forest school mandatory, make sure playgrounds aren't tarmacked, that they're filled with loose parts in natural areas. Yeah, I've probably gone over.
Thank you, Lucy. Does any other member have a question? Councillor Carruthers.
Lucy, just out of interest, where do you take your children locally to enjoy those spaces and to get that time?
So I live on Kingsclere Road and we go to the Holy Ghost Cemetery a lot. And we're really lucky that the middle part of that cemetery space is left to grow wild and is a kind of conservation area. So my children love to play there and look for butterflies and bees, and there's lots of mature trees. We also go to Eastrop Park and War Memorial, but there are areas which are kind of interesting. But in a lot of the playgrounds, children get bored. They need more wilder natural areas. They need streams to play in. They need trees to climb. They need butterflies to become attached to. They need birds to listen to. That's a kind of human right for children. They need that. I'm very central in Basingstoke. I'm near the station. We're really lucky that we have a garden. But as I said, there is this under-provision of open space. We're trying to restore and rewild a small patch of land behind our houses, which Councillor Marafal is helping us with, which is great. But it's not enough. We need more nature. Children need more nature.
Thank you, Lucy. I'm sorry, but your time has run out. Thank you. Lucy, if you could please take a sterile wipe and clean the work surface. Then I'd like to invite Kate Tuck to come forward, please. Good evening, Kate. Okay, you're going to have 4 minutes and I'll pass you over to Councillor Konesko.
Welcome, Kate. If you just switch your microphone on and then...
Thank you. You've made the presumption that Basingstoke is the focus for growth. This is unrealistic and impractical since it is located at the headwaters of two globally important chalk streams, the extremely rare north-flowing Loddon and the other one. Both have issues relating to nitrates, phosphates and water quality. These are fundamental constraints on all sites whose sewage will drain into the River Loddon, and relying on a spatial strategy that ignores these constraints leaves the borough open to legal challenge at a later stage. The last local plan recognised the vulnerability of the river and it was decided to monitor the Loddon. Since then, the water quality has deteriorated, despite the council having a legal obligation under the Water Framework Directive to improve the water quality to good status by 2027. This short list of sites is premature. Paragraph 2.12 states that the borough is using a methodology which was found sound. However, you do not have the water cycle study and you do not have the transport study, both key pieces of evidence. You are using old data to make your decisions. The Environment Bill is in the final stages, and given the borough's declared climate emergency and desire to be resilient to climate change, it is important that councillors insist that this local plan update and plan policies are in line with the provisions of the Environment Bill. There is no time for detailed comment on sites, but you should comment to the portfolio holder that there is inconsistency and subjectivity in the RAG status allocation which requires further investigation. In pursuing 900 DPA, the borough's desire for house building is not in equilibrium with the specific environmental constraints of this area. It most certainly will not meet your stated objectives of supporting local communities, improving air quality, improving river and landscape quality, etc. In summary, there are many doubts about this local plan update and the data you have to make a sound decision. You're being asked to put your name to noting a document that is significant in planning terms. Your comments really need to say, 1, there are fundamental environmental and water constraints on all sites draining into the River Loddon. 2, the update is premature as you do not have significant pieces of evidence on which to base your spatial strategy. And 3, the plan policies must be in line with provisions of the Environment Bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Does anybody have, any member have a question for Kate? No? Okay, I just have one, okay. In the papers we have in front of us, Kate, okay, we actually have details of the water cycle study of 2021, okay. One, were you aware of that? And secondly, if you weren't aware of it, as I understand it, it's available on our website, if I can point you to it, okay. Were you aware that we've actually published that document?
No, it was not. I saw that there was a paragraph in the original document that said it referred, but it has not. I've not seen it published on the website. No.
If I may, Chair, I think we're talking about two different documents. So actually, there's a document that was published about flooding, but not the water study, which I know members have been asking for.
Thank you. Okay, Kate, if there's no more questions, can you please wipe the workstation down? And I'd like to call Parish Councillor Peter Blois, please. Good evening, Councillor Blois. You have 2 minutes and I will refer you over to my Vice Chair.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. A lot of my speech has already been said, so I'm cutting some of it out. Basically, you're building lots of homes, or trying to build lots of homes, or being forced to build lots of homes, which nobody here seems to support at the moment. So I just simply say that we in the parish council at Old Basing are very much appalled at what is already was being proposed here. But going to my main point here, it's about the climate emergency really. Massive development and house building run contrary to this. The BBC recently did a survey of a third of English councils supported continuous economic growth policies that increase carbon emissions despite being declared a climate emergency. Now, if this borough goes ahead with massive house building, you must be honest and withdraw your declaration of a climate emergency. Climate change is just one thing, very important symptom of the human footprint on Earth. To tackle climate change, the current economic growth policies must change. Continuous growth on a finite planet is impossible. A recent IPCC report indicated we are in the last chance saloon. Please familiarise yourselves with the scientific evidence because you really need to understand the problem. We have the real problem, of course, is the bogeyman is the government and the 5-year land supply. Please tell the Secretary of State we cannot absorb these numbers. We've done enough. The evidence is there. Challenge this. I like the idea of an independent review. Yeah, we can. We got things coming ahead, the environment, the transport study, etc. Your first duty is to the people who voted for you, not developers or the Greater London authorities. I think the numbers protesting today here tell you something.
Thank you, Councillor Blois. Does any member have a question for Councillor Blois? Councillor McCormick.
Yes, picking up on your point about the climate emergency. So you mentioned that we should retract our declaration of a climate emergency. That makes me very uncomfortable with the prospect of that. The climate emergency is here, climate crisis is here. What should we be doing then to be maximising our chances of delivering carbon neutrality in the context of this local plan? Are you saying we should be building less houses and that will of itself mean that we are compliant with our aims of achieving climate neutrality?
Thank you, Councillor McCormick. Councillor Blois?
Well, what I said at the beginning of that little section was it actually does run contrary to a declaring a climate emergency and doing something about it, because you add houses or any development for that matter, then you're going to undermine it. There's no point. I've been reading stacks and stacks of information about the climate emergency and the human footprint on our planet and in the UK. And I'm telling you, there's a lot in there. Many scientists think we've got very little time left. Some of the reports you get from the scientists, one of them says we've only got 6 years before it really starts to bite. It's already with us, we know, but it's going to really bite in no time at all. Most scientists think we've only got 10 years. You're talking about 2039 for this local plan. That's way beyond 10 years. If you, for instance, are going to plan down to 2039, you're not going to get that far if we continue with our profligate way of consumption and population increase we got now.
Thank you, Councillor Blois. Does anybody else have a question for Councillor Blois? No. Thank you very much. Okay, if you can please take a sterile wipe and wipe down the workstation, that'd be much appreciated. I'd like to call forward Martin Heath, please. Martin Heath, please. Good evening, Mr. Heath. Okay, you have 4 minutes, and I'll pass you over to my vice chair.
Welcome, Martin. If you can just switch on your microphone, and then your 2 minutes will be.
Thanks, Chair. We face a dilemma. On the one hand, our young people are desperate for decent, well-built, affordable homes for themselves and their families. But on the other, we face a climate and ecological crisis. Our air is polluted. Just 3 years ago, the High Court, yes, the High Court had to order the council to take action to clean up the air in our town. We have to deal with illegal levels of air pollution. In terms of phosphates, the Loddon is one of the most polluted rivers in the whole of England. Almost every week now, raw sewage is pumped into the Loddon. We already live in one of the most water-stressed regions in Europe. Of the 350 or so local authorities in England and Wales, Basingstoke is in the bottom 10 for recycling, yet in the top 10 for creating waste. We can no longer pump millions of tonnes of climate-changing gases into our atmosphere every year. Our air, our water, our environment has been pushed beyond its limits. We've declared a climate emergency. We want to be carbon zero by 2030, but this is just the bare minimum. That actually just gets us to a 1.5 to 2 degree temperature change. That is now inevitable. We need to plan how we adapt to new extreme climate, particularly in terms of rainfall, in terms of heat, and in terms of flooding. Now, there is a way to resolve the dilemma, and then the path is clear. Nothing should be built in Basingstoke unless it is zero carbon. Nothing should be built until we've assessed the impact climate change will have, e.g. in floodplains. Nothing should be built until we have the finance to build the infrastructure required, including schools, mass transit systems, water and sewage. If we are to build new homes, then our priority must be clear. It should be building homes for the young people and the young families of Basingstoke. If there is land to be identified and zoned, yes. And to conclude, it's quite simple. Unless every new building and every new home is carbon neutral, then the levels of carbon emissions will go up. And unless every car is carbon neutral, our air pollution levels will go up. We do not want our land to be covered by more warehouses and poor quality homes. Our environment, our infrastructure, our air, our
Please
water
wrap up now, please.
can take no more. And yes, Councillor Bound, enough is enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Does any member have a question for Martin? Councillor McCormick.
Thanks for your presentation. In terms of biodiversity and natural habitat loss, how crucial do you think that is to the climate emergency? You mentioned a whole load of other things which you have to do out with this local plan. We've got to basically make all our homes and transport and everything carbon neutral, but to what extent is natural habitat loss part of the problem?
I think, as one of the previous speakers said, they're intimately linked. You know, if we are going to get to carbon neutral by 2030, which is the declared aim of the council, then we are going to have to take a massive amount of carbon out of our atmosphere. We're going to have to draw it down. We're going to have to start to zone land for rewilding, for new forests, for new meadows, for new peatland and fenland. That will increase biodiversity naturally, but it also will begin to suck out the most dangerous climate change gases out of our atmosphere. So they are intimately linked. We've got to increase biodiversity, and we have got to make sure we take carbon out of our atmosphere. So yes, they're just intimately linked. One can't happen without the other. And as I said, I think in my opening statement, it's not just a climate crisis, it's an ecological crisis. So both things have to be addressed in parallel. One cannot be addressed without the other. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that very comprehensive, quick answer. Okay, does anybody else have a? Councillor Harvey.
Martin, you've obviously raised the point about the ecological issues and the climate change issues, and you just said that they're intimately linked. If we're going to build on some of the most environmentally sensitive land in the borough, given the locations this committee is looking at on the map that's in front of us this evening, let alone the map that the committee will be presented with in November, how in the world, I cannot square in my own head the loss of that habitat, the loss of that land, and the climate change emergency. And the previous speaker said, well, we should ditch the climate change emergency because clearly we're not committed to it, if that's the case. So in terms of that dilemma, is there any of the sites, is there anywhere that you can point to that doesn't have that impact? Because I can't see it in front of us at the moment. I just can't see it. And have you seen it on the map, on the information that you've looked at?
It's a very good question. The answer simply is no. You know, every time we take an acre of our green space and cover it in concrete and tiles and bricks, it has a massive impact. Like those houses emit carbon emissions. The people who live there create waste. That land is no longer available for our insects and our fauna and our flora. This is incredibly difficult. Now, the only thing we can possibly do, because we do face the dilemma, we do need new houses, there's no doubt about that. We've just got to make sure that nothing gets built in this borough unless we understand the impact it's going to have on the environment and on climate change. But we also have got to understand that 2 degrees is now near inevitable in terms of our temperature rise, and we've got to begin to start planning for what that means. You know, we can't build on floodplains. We just can't do it. They will be flooded, and 1 in 100 year floods will become 1 in 10 year floods. So yeah, to answer Paul, your question is, yeah, it's a dilemma, absolutely. So we have to prioritise and just build the houses we need for the people of Basingstoke.
Thank you, Martin. Okay, does anybody else have a question for Mr. Heath? No, Mr. Heath, you can sterilise the workstation. Thank you very much. I'd then like to call forward Martin Bierman, please. Good evening, Mr. Bierman. I know you know how it all works. You've got 2 minutes, and I'll pass you on to my vice chair.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Mr. Bierman, you've got 2 minutes beginning now.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me all right with this contraption in front. The report almost written in a way that there was no climate emergency, as has been indicated by other speakers. Where is that baked-in climate protection thinking? For instance, zero carbon buildings, household water management, generous green spaces, local energy generation. They don't seem to be kernel to the report. It's also half-baked, as much as the validity of the oven-ready solution being offered by our Prime Minister in another context. It's just not complete. How can one possibly prepare a sound and creative plan which attracts public buy-in without first having completed and reviewed transport, water, sustainability or infrastructure studies? I'm not blaming the officers. They have to work to the agenda set by their political masters. So this is in the hands of the council leader and the cabinet. I cannot see a planning inspector expressing satisfaction given the failure so far to comply with the NPPF and much other government guidance. And I can also remember a time when Conservatives on this council were appalled at the idea of 700 or even 800 houses, and now we're talking about numbers massively more than that. In passing, there's no mention in the report about the end of life approaching of the Chinham incinerator, nor is there mention of the further and continued encouragement of a Chinham station. There's some mention of the Basingstoke transport strategy, which is a great report, but it's been on the shelf for 2 years. And where do we see the evidence of happening? And on the cubic principle that it's no use having a report and then not doing anything. It's just promises and they're worthless. And in closing, I will say the report says, in general terms, Basingstoke and the wider borough have a disparate, dedicated cycle network that is good in some areas. Well, had I been reading this sat on my bike, I would have fallen off it.
Thank you, Mr. Bierman. Does anybody have a question for Mr. Okay, Councillor Vaux.
Thanks, Martin. Very interesting points you've raised. What's your view about a station at Chinham, given the balance of the cars that the people accessing that station? How's your thinking around on ecology and climate with that?
Councillor Bierman, Mr. Bierman. Okay, maybe I'm preempting things for next year. Okay, but you have 1 minute to reply to the question.
Thank you. I'm a great enthusiast and have been for many years of the proposal for a Chinham station. I wouldn't, however, want it to develop into something like Bramley, and I sympathise with the residents of Bramley and what is occurring because of their station. The plans do have provision for parking. It would be my anticipation and hope that one would be able, in the new era that we are facing, to encourage people who are able to travel by cycle, which takes up a lot less space. I highly recommend electric cycles, which don't take up a lot of space at all and equally don't require a lot of effort and have a fantastic range. And if one had innovation like that, one could reduce the demand for parking and therefore the impact on residences. But certainly it is an issue that one's got to address very thoughtfully.
Thank you, Mr. Bierman. Does anybody else have a question? No? Mr. Bierman, if you can please sterilise the work surface, and we'll call forward Mr. Alex Gooch, please. Thank you, Mr. Gooch. You've got 2 minutes, and what I'll do is I'll pass you over to my my vice chair.
Thank you, Chair. Alex, I can ask you to switch on your microphone, and then your minutes will begin now.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm speaking to you as the owner of part of the Basingstoke Canal in Old Basing from Milking Pen Lane up to Cavalier Road. So that forms part of the southern boundary of the newly promoted field promoted by Taylor Woodrow to build 900 houses. I think it's reference OLD 0706. Needless to say, you've already heard Old Basing's a small village, and this will increase the size of the village. You want to go to a doctor, you have to go to Odium. If you want a vet, you have to wait 3 months, and getting kids into school, well, that's another nightmare. So these 900 houses, that's a minor issue insofar as I think the councillors should take a step back and think about this 5-year supply. You're running scared from this 5-year supply. The government's imposing your figures. You're not getting the figures right. You had a plan which is meant to last for 10 years to 2029. There are 12 or 13 sites, greenfield sites identified already. You've identified them. You haven't built on them. Get yourself sorted out. Get your professional advisors working on it. There's no reason why you shouldn't be building 8,000 houses on these 12 or 13 sites. That 8,000 is a massive underestimation. Why? You've only estimated 3,500 on Manidown. Manidown's 2,200 acres. You're not building 1-2 houses per acre. You're building 10 houses per acre. Manidown should do 8,000, 12,000 houses. Ditto, there's a site to the east of Old Basing between Pyatt's Hill, goes all the way up to the Reading Road. It's a massive site. You've got 450 houses in that until 2029. It's zoned, it's designated already. Why are we designating new sites when on that Pyatt's Hill site, 450 houses is a tip of the iceberg? You get 2,000 houses on that site. I'm just going to wrap up. And my last point is timing. Why are we doing this in the holiday period? Why it takes 6 months to get a Velux window in a house, yet we're suddenly trying to push through a massive development in a matter of weeks. And in a holiday period, is it deliberate? In August, the editor of the Basingstoke Gazette's on holiday. There's a coincidence. Here we are in the middle of the holidays, and you're trying to push through the most major development change to a local plan that we've seen. Is that my 2 minutes? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gooch, does anybody have a question? Councillor McCormick.
Sorry.
Evening, Alex. You mentioned Basingstoke Canal. Irrespective of whether sites in close proximity to the Basingstoke Canal get allocated or not, would you be agreeable to promoting the alignment of the canal, preserving the alignment of the canal for rural amenities such as walking and cycling? Because one of the big things we need to do as part of the climate emergency and as part of this local plan is to try and persuade people to leave the car at home and use transport under their own steam, i.e. walking and cycling more.
Thank you, Mr. Gooch. You have 1 minute to form an answer.
Well, I'm not quite sure what you're referring to, but the canal, some of it's private land, there's some footpaths on other bits of it, and a lot of it's been built over, isn't it? So it depends on if you're building 900 houses, what are Taylor Woodrow going to do? Because they're going to be butting right up to the canal. It's going to provide a lovely green bund for them so they can develop right up to the edge, because now it's a conservation area. They don't have to provide any green spaces. Somebody else is providing the green spaces, namely me and my neighbour. I don't know what the answer is to getting public access to it. Make an offer. I'm open to it. So, yeah, if you've ever been down there, it's a mosquito-filled, nettle, dilapidated. No one's maintained it. There's thousands of fallen down trees.
Thank you very much. Just your microphone, please. Does anybody else have a question? No. No. Right. So if you could please wipe down the workstation, please. That'd be fantastic. And then we'll bring forward Parish Councillor Andy Morgan, please, from Sherford and Loddon Parish Council. Hello, Councillor Morgan. Welcome to EPH. What I'd like to do is say that you've got 2 minutes to speak, and I'll pass you to my Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Councillor Morgan, you've got 2 minutes. If you can switch on your microphone and your microphone now. There we go.
Oh, there we go. It is noted in the LPU that the aim is to retain individual identity and character whilst respecting infrastructure constraints with regards to the local villages and parishes. How then can the proposal for 697 houses adjacent to the A33 in Sherfield-on-Loddon, Church End, Wildmoor be seen as meeting that objective? The sites identified within the Sherfield-on-Loddon boundaries include Redlands, Sherfield Hill Farm, Wildmoor Lane and the Garden Centre, and development of these would increase the water runoff into the River Loddon and the Lyde, neither of which are managed properly by clearing vegetation, etc. And consequently, considering the exceptional rain we've experienced in the recent past, all have been subject to bursting their banks and flooding surrounding areas. The plan indicates that all the traffic associated with these sites will use the roundabout at Taylor's Farm at Bleak Sherfield Park as the main access and egress point, which cannot cope with the additional load. Added to which, the increase in traffic on the A33 will greatly increase the noise level across the whole of along the whole of the A33. Comments that barriers will be installed to mitigate the noise are nonsensical, as the noise already is incessant without any additional traffic. These developments would also be in open countryside, and the strategic gap between Basingstoke and Sherfield-on-Loddon, Church End and Sherfield Park would be destroyed, allowing the urban sprawl and coalescence of Basingstoke to the very heart of the rural scene. There is little, if any, inclusion in the proposal for new facilities, such as schools, doctors' surgeries, dental practices, and the existing ones are already full to bursting, and access to them is across the A33, which will create problems and hazards to pedestrians and motorists alike. Yeah. Wildmoor Lane is a very narrow lane, and as such the road edges are already badly broken and passing traffic is forced onto the ditches, and it would be impossible to suggest the new traffic from these developments would all use the entrance off the roundabout. So there would be a serious increase in the volume of traffic using the lane with all the associated problems. And these are not the only concerns that will affect the surrounding parishes and should be taken seriously before any
Thank
of
you
these
very
sites
much,
are implemented.
Councillor Morgan.
Thank you.
Okay, does anybody have a question for Councillor Morgan? No? Okay, Councillor Morgan, if you can please wipe the workstation down, it would be much appreciated. And I'd like to call Councillor John Darker, please. Good evening, Councillor Darker. Okay, you're here representing Sherfield-on-Loddon Parish Council. You have 2 minutes, and I'll pass you on to my Vice Chair. If you can just turn your microphone off for a minute, please.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you to switch your microphone back on in just a second and to let you know that your 2 minutes big.
Thank you, Chairman. The truncated timescale for consultation and discussion of the local plan update site selection report smacks of trying to conceal bad news over a public holiday. It does not allow sufficient time for perusal and discussion by residents or parish councils. At over 600 pages, with obscure diagrams and poor maps, it is difficult to digest, particularly on a computer. Surely every parish council should have been sent an advance copy for proper discussion with itself and residents. In Sherfield's case, the proposal to place 35 homes within the village totally ignores previous discussions with officers and the evidence at the Gladman inquiry, which demonstrated that there is no available land within the housing boundary for such a development. Sherfield, with only 700 houses, has been designated as a large village. Was that before, as it is now, or after the development of well over 1,000 houses? That is not clear. The various sites adjacent to Wildmoor Lane and Redlands appear to have changed in scope and detail and are not clear on the maps. It is suggested that some of these sites might not be acceptable in isolation, but would be if the totality was developed. Such development will destroy the character and identity of the parish of Sherfield, and the hamlet of Church End as an entity will cease to exist. Chairman, neighbourhood planning was about encouraging localism and local involvement in planning decisions. This report and its process are totally against the spirit and ethos of neighbourhood planning.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Does anybody have Councillor Harvey?
Oh,
thank you. Could you tell us what process of consultation you have been involved with at all in terms of the preparation of the report? What have the parish council been involved with thus far?
Sorry, Councillor. If you can please
Yes,
put your microphone on, and you have 1 minute to form a report.
Yes, I helped to prepare a response to the Sheila, but there has been no discussion since then. We are supposed to be having a meeting with the Borough Council, but that won't take place till the 13th of April. So what do we say to them? Particularly if we haven't had proper sight of the document. You can't discuss something in abstract.
Thank you, Councillor. Does anybody else have, any other member have a question? Sorry, Councillor Card, did you have your hand up? Or was it, no, okay, thank you very much. Okay, Councillor Darker, if you could please wipe down the work table, and I'd like to bring forward Malcolm Bell, please. Thank you, Mr. Bell. Okay, welcome to EPH. You have 2 minutes, and I'll hand you over to my Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Malcolm, if you can switch on your microphone, and then your 2 minutes will begin.
Good evening. I'm a Parish Councillor for Bramley, and in the knowledge that houses are going to be built, our concern is a sustainability appraisal of high-level options for distribution of housing growth. There are 5 options suggested in Appendix 1, with a summary given in positive and negative terms. Our trouble is that there are so many question marks associated with this analysis because of the lacking of reports which contribute to the infrastructure and well-being of communities. Sustainable development is of paramount importance, with options 1 and 3, larger towns and villages, Overton, Whitchurch, Bramley, Kingsclear and Oakley, are included and are considered to be very sustainable. How does Bramley come to be in the same category as Kingsclear, Oakley and Old Basing? The completed issues and options consultation highlighted the problems with the infrastructure in Bramley, but little notice has been taken of this consultation, with Bramley remaining in the category of being a local centre, having a shop, a pub, a surgery. No account is taken of the position and quality of the services. The attraction, as always, is the railway station, but without analysing the problems, the queues of road traffic it brings along the C32, which straddles Bramley, is not a positive but greatly negative service. Infrastructure is required to sustain housing, a government directive. Looking at the options and some of the sustainable appraisal objectives, healthy, inclusive and safe communities, improve the quality of water resources, etc., the solution is to start on new large sustainable developments or villages alongside the new developments of Basingstoke. These can deliver in stages and maximise the slow and or not yet started local plan allocated sites with small villages used to meet local needs. That is option 5. The missing information reports on transport, water, sewage will back this solution. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bell. Does anybody have a question for Councillor Bell? Councillor Harvey.
I understand there are issues, obviously, with sewage in Bramley. Could you describe to us the context in which a lot of the development that's taken place recently and what's been experienced recently in terms of those developments?
Councillor Bell.
Bramley, as regards the local plan, was due to take 200 houses. Because the local plan had got no 5-year land availability, then we've had 325 imposed on us. That is besides Razors Farm and Cofford Farm, which are part and parcel of the Bramley parish. the infrastructure is very, very weak. The sewage is a great problem. The new Centenary Fields housing, then the new houses have sewage come up in their houses. And this is actually a great problem. And my associate will actually explain to you that, the following as regards the problems with the sewage.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bell. If there are no more questions, okay, then you can please clean the workstation, okay, and I'd like to bring forward Gillian Barlin, please. Thank you, Ms. Barlin. Okay, you have 2 minutes, and I'll hand you over to my my Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome, Gillian. Your 2 minutes. Oh, sorry, you can switch on your microphone. Your 2 minutes will begin. Your microphone's not switched on.
Okay. You write in the local plan that the town is surrounded by attractive rural areas. The 2029 vision objectives seek a place where we live and work in harmony with the natural elements and where you are responding to the challenge of climate change. Empty words. Whenever you produce a leaflet aimed to attract people to Basingstoke, the countryside features prominently. How can you seek to destroy what attracts people, what keeps us here? In section 6.4 of the plan, you recognise a range of habitats and species. In February, the skylarks were back in Cliddeston, category red species, according to the RSPB. Where will they go? The martins and swallows were skimming the fields last week and hares were boxing in March. The environmental survey carried out on the Cliddeston churchyard in 2016 tells us what's in that area, and throughout the Loddon Valley. The chalk downland is a headland for the River Loddon, which is described as a high-quality chalk river of principal importance and international. Will you be responsible for muddying the waters? As a local resident of 44 years, I know our countryside, I know the Upper Swallock area, I know all around Basingstoke. It's the lungs of the town and the stress-busting area which makes it worthwhile living here. The M3 has been here throughout my time, but as development has increased next to the motorway, trees felled, bare land developed, I've noticed the increase in noise. Currently, the sound only bounces off buildings on one side of the motorway. Imagine the cacophony if it bounced off both sides. Think of Birmingham and the M6. Noise pollution is often overlooked. Furthermore, the agricultural policy post-Brexit has changed, and the government now recognises the need to reshape the food system and make it robust against threats from climate change and the loss of biodiversity. The Hampshire... Right. Basically, farming plays a pivotal role. Let's remember biodiversity provides food, medicine and clean air. Do not trespass on what makes Basingstoke good to live in, please.
Thank you, Ms. Barlin. Does any member have a question for Ms. Barlin? Okay, Councillor McCormick.
Evening, Jill. Approximately how often do you use the Upper Swallock area for rural amenity like walks or whatever?
Probably 4 times a week. It's somewhere you can walk to from Brighton Hill, you can walk to from Grove, just cross the footpath. It's a wonderful place to go. And you can, you know, if you've got to drive or cycle through, even better, go to Ellisfield and whatever. It's just open countryside. It makes life so different.
Thank you. Does anybody else have a question for our speaker? If I can possibly ask you, please, to use a wipe just to wipe down the work surface and also the silver button, I'd appreciate it. I'd now like to call forward Councillor Chris Flukes, please, speaking on behalf of Bramley Parish Council. Good evening, Councillor. Welcome to EPH. You have going to have 2 minutes, and I'll pass you over to my my Vice Chair. Please.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Councillor Flukes. If I can ask you to switch on your microphone.
Yes, by now you should all have received the synopsis of the reasons for no more development in Bramley, which includes a link to yet more documents. I realise this committee is already burdened with over 650 pages of evidence, so I'll not attempt to cover all the reasons, just highlight the most pressing issues for Bramley. Biggest one, the sewage system, which becomes overloaded at various points in the village during periods of sustained rainfall. Thames Water were initially hoping to install a further pumped rising main to Sherfield Treatment Works and increase the capacity at their said works. This was deemed too expensive, and the present plan is to tweak the present network with no guarantee of success. Thames Water stated on the 19th of April this year they would request a planning condition that no further development takes place upstream of Bramley No. 1 sewage pumping station head of works on the network. In the 21st century, we should not be coping with regular sewage spills. The doctor's surgery. Contrary to the assertions of the council officers, the lead partner at the Cliff Medical Surgery has stated on the 27th of August this year that they have no spare capacity. They are constrained by space and staffing. Since permission in principle to develop the adjoining plot was granted in August 2019, the ability to expand the site appears to have been lost. The school. At present, plans are being worked on to increase the school capacity. This is a medium-term plan as it will require more land and buildings, together with extra staff. It should be noted the school catchment area does not just the village of Bramley, but other settlements. The council officers appear to believe the school has spare capacity now. Pollution. Yes, our air pollution monitor shows elevated levels of airborne pollutants near the railway crossing, particularly when the traffic is queuing awaiting for the crossing to open. Okay, well that's the very point where the school children cross. We've already contributed far in excess of our current local plan targets, which were meant to see us through till 2029. Enough is enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Does anybody have Simon Mahaffey?
Chris, thank you very much indeed for that. We've got a slightly odd situation with development in Bramley that Razors Farm and Cufford, the land west of Cufford Farm, are clearly attached to Chinham. They fall within Bramley Parish Council's parish. Can you describe to me what the Parish Council's opinion is on the impact that has happened and will happen on Cufford Lane?
Yeah, Cufford Lane becomes a nightmare at times. If there's a problem with traffic on the A33, traffic often cuts through to Bramley and then will try and go down Cufford Lane. And even if it doesn't, even in normal times, you get a big truck goes down to that little business park down there and it will become dog-locked. It quite literally does. You can spend half an hour waiting for people to reverse into little gateways and shuffle themselves around. Most people know and are fairly sensible and will sort of hover around a gateway and let things pass, but some don't, and it really becomes a complete mess.
Thank you, Councillor. Does anybody else have a question? Councillor McCormick, please.
Evening. So Cufford Lane, I'm going to be going there tomorrow to visit the business park, and it is a nightmare. I agree with you. It's a very narrow lane. What solution is there, if any, to Cufford Lane? I mean, I would like to think that there might be something we could do if there are people trying to use that on a bicycle. Heaven forbid, I wouldn't want to do it myself. Do you, as the local parish council, do you have any suggested solutions?
Well, you're obviously aware that it's part of a national cycle route, so it's obviously up to standard. But the whole problem, the obvious way would be to stop it being a through route. You could put some sort of, but where would you put it? So people who are on the southern end might want to come to Bramley regularly, and people on the northern end might want to go to Basingstoke. And somewhere you're going to have to draw a line, which would undoubtedly cause problems. The business park would presumably have to be accessed from the northern end because they probably couldn't go under the railway bridge at the southern end. So it's a real problem. And building more and more housing along the southern end of Cufford Lane, which is also impinging into the strategic gap between ourselves and Chinham, it's just going to cause more and more problems.
Thank you, Councillor. Do we have anybody else that has a question? No? Okay, Councillor, if we can ask you to please disinfect the workstation. Okay, I'd like to bring forward Paul. I was looking to have a comfort break at the end of all the speakers. Can we hold or? All right then. I will grant a comfort break of 5 minutes. Okay, committee, thank you very much. Are we all back? Please don't make me use the gavel again, gentlemen. Okay, right. Thank you very much, and thank you for the members of the public for bearing with us. Obviously, as we get older, there's more troubles like this happen. I'd like to bring forward Paul Basham, please. Thank you, Mr. Basham. You'll have 2 minutes. I'm going to hand you over to my vice chair, okay, who will take you through the procedure. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, Paul. If I can ask you to switch on your microphone, please, pressing the silver button.
2 minutes begins now.
I'm Paul Basham. I live in Norden. My comments on the 5 proposed sites in Norden are included in the written submission with Councillors Laura James and Paul Harvey. I'm not anti-development. I see the growing need for housing in the borough. It must be the right type for families with outside space. It must be carbon neutral. It must come with appropriate infrastructure. Norden has added 1,000 units in the last 10 years. There is now significant pressure on local services. Many are crumbling. Norden has done its fair share. So I'm horrified by Councillor Rattigan's comments that he intends to densify up Norden, Winklebury and Buckskin. This would be dumping the housing target on the town centre. We will not accept densification in a ward that already has a deficit of green space. We simply cannot densify up our parks. We will not accept cramming disguised as regeneration. Development in Basingstoke must be sustainable. We cannot accept green credits delivered elsewhere. All of you councillors have signed up to the climate emergency. In this context, our green spaces are vital. So how on earth can we be proposing to build on land on 2 of Hampshire's chalk stream environments? 85% of the world's chalk stream environments are in England. Experts liken these to our coral reefs. Once concreted over, there is no going back. Let's look at the evidence. We await no less than four key reports that should feed into any strategic decisions about land use: water cycle study, economic strategy, transport, sustainability, all unpublished. Making decisions about our town's future without these reports is lazy. Worse, it is negligent. Sure. This casual approach is an affront to local people and a time bomb for our children. Basingstoke can and must do better.
If you can just turn your microphone off for a moment, please. Thank you very much. Does anybody have a question for our speaker? No? Okay. Oh, Councillor Harvey.
Paul, you're a governor at a local school, and I'm conscious that that school's expanded dramatically in the last few years because of development. I mean, would it be fair to say that school is at capacity now? And it's just a good example of where development comes in and the services are not keeping up at the moment.
You're mistaken, I'm not a governor, but I'm a parent of 2 children at Oak Ridge School. That school has expanded significantly. There's now a waiting list. The parking problems up at the school are now exacerbated. People are parking across residents' drives. There are regular complaints from residents. There's friction between the school and residents. When I say that services are at capacity, you know, they're creaking. We're starting to see the impact.
Okay, thank you very much. Has anybody else got a question for Mr. Basham? No? Mr. Basham, if you can please sterilise the worktop, that would be great, and also the silver button. I'd like to call Mr. Beavers now. Please, Mr. Paul Beavers. Good evening, Mr. Beavers. Welcome to EPH. Okay, you've got 2 minutes, and I'll hand you over to my Vice Chair for timing.
Thanks, Chair. Welcome back, Paul. You've got 2 minutes, which begin...
How can councillors, and I'm repeating what others have said, be asked for views on a short list of housing sites without all the evidence-based studies being updated or prepared? Can you also please confirm the evidence base will include nature recovery networks, which are an essential input to decisions on housing sites, as well as for combating climate change and flooding, storing carbon, filtering water, regulating temperatures and provisioning large connected spaces for nature and recreation, including on the edge of and within towns. Sustainability Objective 1 for homes includes facts like projected population by 2039 and annual house build. But Sustainability Objective 6 for biodiversity has no meaningful facts, it's waffle. Yet these are available, facts that is, from HBIC as a basis to build measurable objectives. Also, when is the Council going to declare an ecological emergency and address it through the sustainability objectives? Sustainability Objective 9 for landscapes. As for Objective 6, there is a need for facts from which to extrapolate objectives. The majority, if not all of the borough, is located in 2 national character areas, with the NWAON being one of those. We need to characterise and quantify the protected landscapes of the borough in each national character area, including extents and qualities of built form, habitats and other landscape functions. An RSPB report today confirms less than 5% of UK is effectively protected for nature. Quantity does not equal quality. Finally, can we please have an update on the question I put to full council that was referred to this committee on the subject of landscape protection for the Hampshire Downs? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reevers. If I can just take the reply to the question. I've been in touch with the portfolio holder and he has assured me that we will give you a written answer to your questions tonight. And I assure you that I want a paper brought to this committee as soon as we possibly can regarding the protection of the nature and our landscapes. Just hold on a minute, please, Councillor McCormick. I've also got an undertaking for a one-on-one meeting with the portfolio holder, and he will be in contact with you shortly to arrange this. Okay, just so that you're aware. Now, do we have questions for? Thank you, Councillor McCormick.
Thank you, Chair. Can I request the committee get copied in on that communication? I think it's going to inform our discussions. Yeah. So on the issue of nature recovery networks. What scope have we got to rewild our existing estates, and to what extent are we still going to have a net loss if we have a building on greenfield sites?
Right, the answer to your first question is rewilding on our existing estate. You mean council-owned land? Rewilding is something very specific, and it's not. We haven't anything big enough to do that. We can restore nature, and we can do a good job of it on our green spaces. And I'd like to think I've demonstrated that in this town. The other question was about, sorry. I don't believe that the new biodiversity metric is going to mitigate losses. Just don't believe it. I think they're trying to move in that direction, but sorry, I'll take a lot of convincing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beavers. Does anybody else have another question for Mr. Beavers? No? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Beavers. I will make sure that gets actioned. I'll also ensure that the request that all members of the committee are copied in on your answer as well. So thank you very much. Okay, I'd like to call forward Miranda Chubb, please. Right, you're going to get 2 minutes and I'll hand you over to my Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome, Miranda. If you can just switch on your microphone.
Thank you. As you know, we are in a climate and ecological emergency. The UK Parliament has declared a climate emergency, and the Council also made a formal and public climate emergency declaration and agreed to be carbon neutral by 2030, which I know you all know about. Climate change is arguably the greatest threat to the world, including to our own safety and security, as well as that of our children. Making changes to reduce the level of greenhouse gas emissions is a legal obligation and must be our highest priority and incorporated ambitiously within the local plan. This spatial strategy report does not support the delivery of these legal requirements or our own carbon reduction targets. The impact of increasing carbon emissions are not given adequate consideration within this report. For example, when reviewing the details of the housing site assessments in Appendix 2, I reviewed the Objective 4, reducing pollution, minimising greenhouse gas emissions and supporting mitigation adaptation measures for climate change. None of the housing sites seem to have any details, considerations or concerns about greenhouse gas emissions, climate change mitigation or adaptation at all. Only air, noise pollution, land use and ground conditions were considered. Also, all the housing sites seem to have been given a green or positive or strongly positive rating for Objective 5, sustainable design features, but there was nothing in there about how this would be achieved or how the requirement would be there for ensure the homes are carbon zero. Overall, I'm concerned that the greenhouse gas emissions have not been properly considered or addressed, neither have the climate change mitigation and adaptation requirements within this. Also, the fact that nature recovery networks haven't been considered or identified and safeguarded. At the end of the day, no new developments should be allowed unless they are carbon zero. As we're in a climate and ecological crisis, we need to make sure our decisions and actions reflect this, and this has to be our highest priority. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miranda. Does anybody have a question for Miranda? No? Okay, thank you very much. If I can please ask you just to wipe down the table and also the silver button. And I would like to call forward the Chair of Dunmer Parish Council, Councillor Julian Jones, please. Thank you for being patient tonight, Councillor Jones. Okay, it's nice to see you again. You've got 2 minutes, and I'm going to pass you over to my Vice Chair here to sort of get you started.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Jones, if you can switch on your microphone, please.
Great. And your 2 minutes begin.
Thank you, Chairman, for allowing me to address the committee. My membership of the liaison committee for the Farley anaerobic digester made me very sensitive to odour in the Hatchwarren and Beggarwood area. Monitoring local Facebook pages, I found multiple reports of odour, and an event over one Christmas and New Year period highlighted there's a general problem of sewage leaks in Beggarwood. While most sewage from the development in the Loddon capture gravity feeds to Chinham, sewage from Beggarwood, which is in the test catchment, has been pumped over the ridgeline, where there's a peak flow in the Beggarwood sewer. Fountains of raw sewage spout from the manholes in Hatchwarren. This isn't the only problem. In the last 12 months, significant leaks have occurred on the older and shallower Hatchwarren sewer on the route for children to St Mark's School. Sewage from the new developments of 1,750 houses on Hounsome Fields and the golf course site will be pumped over the ridge and flow through the same 30-year-old sewer network and onto the even older town network, where the diameter of the pipes is too small and the maintenance is needed, and it's likely to fail. This town section, remember, during this time of climate change also carries flow from the storm drains. Let no one tell me that these leaks are just a lockdown problem. There were multiple pumping stations in the developments in the test catchment pressuring sewage into this network. There's limited capacity in the old network to buffer the periods of peak flow, and as a result, raw sewage will either flood the town centre or reach Chinham Works, where it'll have to be released direct into the Loddon untreated. It would be folly for the housing numbers to be increased and premature for recommendations on additional large sites that will overload the town's sewage infrastructure when the impact of existing sites has yet to be tested. Like so much of the town's infrastructure, roads, mass transport, including without the mass transport system, fibre broadband, schools, GP surgeries, the sewers cannot cope with any further development.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jones. Does anybody have a question for Councillor Harvey?
Julian, obviously the situation with the sewage at Chinham has resulted in the Loddon being flooded and with sewage the past 40 times in the past year because people are at home because of COVID has been blamed. Everything's blamed on COVID in that sense. If that's the case now, in terms of what you're saying, is that there just isn't any capacity that we've got to cope with the level of development coming forward. The 18,000 homes, let alone the 8,000 homes on the green fields. There is no way that we can deliver that at all from what you're suggesting. The sewage system just cannot cope. Am I right in that?
I believe you are right. For the latter part of last year, I had quite a lot of conversations with Thames Water, and I know they've split the borough into 4 sections, and had reviewed it, and in fact appointed an implementation project manager. Of course, that was before any proposal for things like the warehouse, but even more so these massive sites in the southwest. And so clearly all that work that Thames Water's done so far will need to be revised, and there'll have to be major revision. As I pointed out, through the town centre, there's a very old network which will need total replacement, I think. Certainly in King's Furlong, that is the case. The diameter of those pipes has to be replaced. And as I say, there's limited capacity to buffer the system. So at the moment, there's nowhere to pump or leave the sewage while Chinham deals with it. It just gets down there, and as we know, 400 hours of release of raw sewage into the Loddon.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jones. Has anybody else got a question? Councillor Mahaffey.
Thank you, Chair. Sounds like I'm having very similar conversations in Bramley. Following on from your comments about Thames Water, have they given you any indication of their appetite for doing this? You've just spoken about the need to do it, but what's their appetite or time projections?
As I say, I don't know what happened at the end of last year. They stopped talking to me, so I'm not absolutely up to date with this. Basically, they said they could only commit to plan for sites that had already been approved. So that rather limited what they could do. And also, they saw it just as a financial thing to some extent, I think. They said that the government had, that they had changed their old algorithms for flow, which meant whereas when Longacre was approved, they were going to do some significant work near to BMQ to put in a buffer there. They then said they'd revised their algorithms and that was no longer required. There will come a point where that is required. So there'll be a major disruption there. But they also saw it as a financial thing. They said the government had changed their borrowing rules, and so they could borrow much more money now and do these things. But it's one thing to have the money, it's another to organise, to close roads and dig up half the town centre to make these things happen. So I think, like so many things today, we see them just in financial terms and grants from government, but the impact on our community and our town will be horrific.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jones. Are there any more questions for Councillor Jones? Any more? Councillor Jones, thank you very much for your forbearance. Okay, if you can please disinfect the station. And then finally, I'd like to call forward Councillor Rattigan, please. Good evening, Councillor Rattigan. Okay, thank you for your forbearance in what's been a very long evening. You have 4 minutes, and I'll pass you over to my Vice Chair for timings.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Rattigan, your 4 minutes begin.
Thank you, committee. Thank you, Chair. Who couldn't help but be moved by the passion and engagement of the councillors and the public who've been in front of us today. I also would like to commend the portfolio holder and officers for their efforts and their engagement with councillors, parishes and many other interested parties. For myself, I've done or had more engagements than the Kardashians on the subject of the local plan, and I'm delighted to be here today as the helicopter above all of this local plan work, not because it is easy, but because it is difficult. It is hugely impactful on our residents, what we are going to go through for the next period of time as we assess sites, fill out the numbers, and support the policies that will support a greener, better borough for any homes that come forward. And who couldn't help but be moved by the plea to have greener housing, less impactful on our nature and our people, and to set the right numbers in the right places so as people can have the lifestyle that brought them here in the first place. Some of the pressures that are on us and some of the pressures that I am putting on central government mean that I am engaging with Robert Jenrick to say to him, I do not believe that a 300,000 number is the right number for our country. He told me he did 241,000 last year, and it was a record. I did remind him that when I was in sales, a failure by 20% of your target normally means you get the sack. The population growth of this nation has gone from 58 million in 2000 to over 66 million today. We have to take some of that burden in Basingstoke and Dean. One of the reasons is that we have jobs and we have the space and capability to produce those houses. We can make a difference, and I believe that we will make a difference over the planning and the policies that will support that sustainable development. I believe that we will, with the help of you, the public, and you, the councillors, make sure that anything that we do bring forward is right not just now, but in the local plan period. I will give you one example of how you can make a difference. In February 2019, the Bloor Homes brought forward a huge development at the golf club. It was an awful submission. But with the work of officers and the work of, I dare say, the portfolio holder and myself, we have ensured that what's coming back to us is a really good, positive biodiversity plus development, and something that we can be proud of and support. We do need the infrastructure, and I promise that if it is in with my power, I will ensure the infrastructure goes in first and the housing second. I look forward to large-scale development and small-scale development to ensure that we have a borough to be proud of, not just now, but when our children's children are occupying those houses. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rattigan. Does anybody have a question for Councillor Rattigan? Councillor McCormick?
Thank you, Chair. Evening, Ken. Earlier on, I think it was Councillor Cubitt mentioned negotiations with the Greater London Authority to take more London overspill. Now, this was news to me, and I was quite alarmed to hear of that. Could you shed any light on that for us?
Andy, I'm very grateful for the question, if I'm honest with you. Obviously, I do speak to government often. As for taking some London overspill in the 60s and 70s, that is not true. I don't know where Councillor Cubitt got her information, and if it's from MPs, then I implore them not to give false information to you, the public, or for them to play on fears and concerns that people have that we will not be producing housing for our own local residents, the people who grew up here, who want a house here, who are prepared to come and do jobs here. That is for the housing needs of our people. And I believe that we will build those homes for local residents and people who want to have those jobs. But as for London overspill, it's not happening on my watch.
Thank you, Councillor Rattigan. Okay, I've got Councillor Canesco and then Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ken. This is my first time through a local plan process, and actually it's quite depressing, really, because on the one hand we get given a figure top down from central government as to how many homes we need to build, and then we ask local landowners, local development, where they want to build. And our job as a council seems to be nothing more than coordinating that and hopefully making the best we can of some, in some cases, some pretty awful choices. I'm encouraged to hear the number of speakers today, both councillors and members of the public, who talk about us lobbying government and trying to see if we can have some effect on that number that has been imposed on us. You've said just now you were in regular conversations with Robert Jenrick and with central government in general. Are you able to give us any sort of reassurance that you will have those difficult conversations with them about the number that we've been given, and what sort of, how confident are you now that we might actually have some impact and might see that number reduce?
As I've said, one doesn't expect Robert Jenrick to continue in that role, having failed miserably in his delivery of a target. My view is that we need to focus on sustainability, the greenness of our world and our developments, and the adaptability of our housing. We should have a family home that is a home for life, one that is for growing up with their children, to adapt if you need to work from home, and as you get older, to having the capability to have a shower room downstairs so as you access points are easy within a home. I believe that we will have some of that power ourselves. I hope that Mannydown will be the proof of that. I am massively disappointed that we have not brought that forward in the time that I've been a councillor. The reality is, though, that we will bring it forward. We will make it better than it was going to be, and we will ensure it adapts and evolves to meet all of your hopes and aspirations as that climate change emergency changes and that building needs change, and we understand what more we can do for a populace who will occupy them.
Thank you, Councillor Rattigan. Can we move on to Councillor Carruthers now, please?
Thank you, Chair. I suppose in a way my question has sort of been answered. So you say that you're engaging with government about the 300,000 figure, which is good to hear. So can I take from that you think that the figure that we have for Basingstoke is higher than it should be?
The figure is high. Had any other methodology been given to us or any other manner of giving us those targets, it may well have been higher. I don't work out the figures, but I do understand that if they are wedded to 300,000 and then they divvy it up in some formula, then we get more numbers than I feel comfortable with. But as you all will be aware, getting into the local plan is not a certainty of development or delivery. And there is much that we can do between getting in the local plan and ensuring that what is delivered is best for the borough and is best for the site that is chosen on.
Thank you, Councillor Rattigan. Councillor Harvey, please.
Thank you, Chair. And Ken, two things really in what you've said, and I think it's important just to clarify what others are saying and taking part in this debate. As I understand it, the GLA and the Mayor of London are on the list of statutory consultees as a duty to cooperate. And on that basis, we understand from one of their members of Parliament, Maria Miller, that the emails that have been exchanged regarding her view of this is that there are discussions taking place with the GLA by this council. And we also understand that historically the leader before you, Councillor Sanders, was involved in those negotiations and discussions. Now, you may not be yourself, but clearly we have on the one hand somebody saying this and then you saying the other. And you surely can understand that the public are then confused, particularly when the same comments are being passed that the numbers are guidance and not mandatory, and that it's we as councillors that are responsible for choosing those numbers, not the government making them mandatory. Now, if they are guidance and we can challenge them and push back on that, that creates a different debate. So in some ways, there are a number of things being said to members of the public that are obviously listening to their elected representatives, and we need some clarity on this, I think, real clarity, so that we are not leading people up a garden path.
Thank you for clarifying who might have been in discussions with central government. I can assure you it's not me. I've made that very plain. As for mixed messages, we get them all the time, as you are aware. I am sure that Maria Miller or any other MP listens, but of course they don't deal in the local context, and they are MPs for only small areas of this borough. Now, I'll just be honest with you, we did have a housing minister as one of our MPs. It didn't help us particularly much, and we've delivered large numbers of housing and yet seem to have a requirement to build more. My feeling is that this duty to cooperate, it doesn't mean that we are not interested in what is happening in other places, but will we be providing homes for other areas such West Berkshire, Hart, Winchester? Well, we will resist it, of course, because we do not believe that the sites that we have are deliverable in some of the numbers that other places are required to do. But of course, we are at the mercy of central government, and if I get the knock on the door, yes, I will keep the door shut for this borough.
Thank you, Councillor Rattigan. Councillor Watts, please.
Thank you, Chair. Ken, in your amble, you were talking about Basingstoke's open for more growth. Don't you think we've had enough housing growth in the last 15 years? It's been unsustainable, and time to cool that housing growth off and let the infrastructure catch up. What's proposed in these papers is 900 plus another 10%. We're talking about 1,000 a year, and it's just unsustainable. Don't you think it's just time to cool down? We talk about local needs. We've only got 5,000 on the local register. How comes we're going to get like 18,000? I mean, it's not local needs. It's just all central government diktats to us. And we, as a council, we should unite and fight against this. And we should amalgamate with other councils and challenge the government on this irrational methodology they have. Thank you.
Gary is always happy to answer that call. Let's just be honest, there's more than 18,000 children in our schools. Are you saying we should say, no, you can have a house, you can't have a house, you can have a house? Is that what we're intending to do? No, I think we have to be aspirational. We need to understand that everybody has the right to a good, safe, clean, dry home. And if that is the wish of them to get it, we need to be prepared to provide them with the jobs and the ability to access that accommodation. But as for rationing, well, because if we cut the numbers, that's what we're essentially doing. We're saying everybody who's already on the list, you're okay, you've got a house, it'll go up in value because there's a shortage. And what happens to the poor, the unable to get on the ladder? Are you the people who are going to got up the ladder yourselves and then pull it up behind you? I hope not, because I don't believe you're that sort of councillors. I believe you're the ones to give opportunity and chance to everybody. And by doing the right local plan and making sure you have a local plan, because if we don't, the people you will open yourselves up to are speculators, developers and landowners who will use the appeal process to drive through development that you don't want and the people of this borough don't want. Is that what you want? Planning by appeal? I don't believe you do, and that's why I urge you to engage with the local plan process and make sure that this local plan is the best it can be.
Thank you, Councillor Rattigan. I've got Councillor Carr, please.
Oh, is this on? Hello, Leader. Thank you for your impassioned address, and I just want to echo your comment about providing homes for young people across this borough. That's the position I'm in. I'm looking for a house at the moment, so it's very much the voice that we haven't heard this evening, and it's the voice that should not be lost. Obviously, I've been very affected by the concerns that have been raised this evening, so I just wanted to stress two things to both yourself and to officers as the sites move forward. The first is in relation to transport infrastructure. I'm very pleased to hear you say that you want to deliver.
Councillor Clark, can we have a question, please?
I really just want to make sure Can you assure us that you will be focusing on transport infrastructure delivery first, and that you will be pressing developers to deliver clean and green homes on these sites?
As somebody who lost their licence and had to take a bus from Tadley into work, I assure you that transport is important to me. We need to make sure our cycleways, walkways are there for the populace, not just who are here now, but of the new developments that we will build. I'm engaging with Hampshire County Council to ensure that we come up with radical plans for mass transport, and to ensure that there is a way to fund it that will not be a burden to taxpayers within this borough.
Thank you, Councillor Rattigan. I've got Councillor Dillo next, please.
Thank you, Leader. It's quite apparent from the presentations this evening that all the sites shortlisted have their own issues. None of them seem to be ideal. And to be honest, I was truly concerned at the number of homes that seem to be imposed on us, I suppose. 900 homes a year, every year for 18 years, in my opinion, could, be scrutinised or challenged, possibly. 18,000 homes will lead to further disruption to our countryside across our boroughs and our borough's heritage as well. And once it's gone, it's gone. My constituency, Winklebury and Manydown, are already going to feel the direct burden of 3,500 homes on Manydown North, and I find it really hard to accept a further 5,000 homes at Manydown South. And the resulting pressure on infrastructure and the resulting local congestion. Personally,
Excuse me, Councillor, is there a question in here somewhere, please?
Yeah. So I say again, is there any way that we can challenge these figures?
I think you've heard from the portfolio holder and officers that only in exceptional circumstances. I don't believe that we can challenge them per se, but of course we have already challenged them in the past about the numbers. I do believe that there will be some mitigation at some points for some areas, perhaps the Loddon. I've listened to many people outside talk about that. But the reality is, if we are going to be the best that we can be and have the jobs that we want to, we need to have those people housed properly. Because if we are going to meet our green agenda, I don't want them being transported from Southampton up here for their job that's here. We need to provide the right housing for them, so as they spend their work life here, they spend their money here in our shops and our town centre, and that they have a home that is right for the 21st century.
Thank you, Councillor Rattigan. And finally, I've got Councillor Bound would like to ask Leader a question.
Thank you, Chair, for indulging me. Ken, you and I talk a lot, probably too much. Maybe you talk a lot and I listen. But some of those conversations we're accused of having really significant conversations in secret. And I feel the need to ask you a very direct question in public, to put it on the record, because we've heard lots of really important things. And it's picking up this point that actually we've got lots of parallel work streams. Myself and the officers need to work really hard on the draft local process, creating policies, building evidence on the sites that we've got in front of us. But actually, I feel the need to ask you this very direct question, which is exceptional circumstances. Do you support me as the portfolio holder in working with other MPs to discuss those areas that I think are important for us as a borough, exceptional circumstances? And I would list those, and I want to list them really publicly, as the fact that we do have high quality and productive agricultural land, that a third of our borough is covered by an area of outstanding natural beauty, that we have high levels of historic house building, which some members of this council who've been members longer than me have had their fair part to play in. We've heard a lot about water shortages, and we've also heard of the importance of the heads of a major tributary of the Thames, or heads of major tributaries to the Thames, starting in our borough. So I just wanted to hear you say publicly, do you support me investigate those exceptional circumstances with our MPs to see what difference that could make to our numbers?
Thank you. Perhaps we do talk too much, but the reality is, Simon, that we must do everything we can to ensure that the number that is imposed upon us by central government is the right number. If there is mitigation, we should play it out. We should ensure that the best case is made, much like Mark Raffel does in court. He makes the best case possible, puts it forward, and then leaves it to the jury to decide whether it is right or wrong. I believe in the Raffel principle. Put the evidence to the people, let them decide. As long as we have presented the best case, I think we can do it together.
Thank you, Leader. Has anybody else got any more questions that's not already asked? No, that's great. Thank you very much for your time. Right, just moving on. Okay, I want to again look at the paper and move back onto officers. Do you want to put it on the record? No, on your mic.
Yeah. My contribution is probably more relevant to the site-specific issue. So shall I put forth my contribution when we get to the site specifically? Because I think you're going to do spatial strategy first, aren't you?
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, then looking at the report members, okay, if we obviously have section 1, which is the executive summary, okay, which does anybody have any questions on that to the portfolio holder?
Well, if we're doing spatial strategy, I think Andrew was saying that he's going to cover the sites, but Ruth will cover the spatial strategy as far as any overview.
Okay. Then Ruth. I know.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members. We've prepared a report for you tonight that's about developing the spatial strategy, and we're at the beginning of the process of preparing a local plan. And much of the speaking that we've heard tonight, I think, is reflective of the stage that we're at in terms of the preparation. And what's really key for us is actually establishing the principles that we're going to be using to guide us in relation to the preparation of that plan. So looking at 2.6 in this report that's before you tonight, we actually set out what those principles are, and we're interested in hearing members' views in terms of whether you support those principles, because from here we will start to develop the actual spatial strategy, having regard for everything that we've heard and having regard for the ongoing work that we've got in terms of evidence and the like. So I think that's really all I need to leave you with, so that we can hear your thoughts in relation to that section.
Thank you very much. Before we actually go into that, it is just after 9:30, and I do have to suspend standing orders. It's my intention to move on till 10 o'clock, okay, and then see where we are, and if necessary, adjourn to another meeting. So can I take it that all members agree that that we go through to 10 o'clock? Thank you very much. Right, okay, so Councillor Vauxhall, you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So this is to help my understanding of 2.6 and how it relates to the rest of the document. And it talks about Basingstoke as a major settlement area. It talks about other types of settlement areas, rural areas, and we've talked about Sheffield-on-Loddon, for example, and Sherborne St John as large villages, and we've talked about Old Basing and Bramley as small local service centres, that kind of thing. And I've tried to sort of read 2.6 with that kind of framework in mind, and yet I'm slightly confused because the sites that we've been looking at in this paper are talking about these are greenfield sites for Basingstoke, and yet it seems to draw in some of those. I mean, I've named some of them that are in here, basically. Sheffield-on-Loddon is in here. And so when I look at 2.6, I find it a little bit difficult to understand what's genuinely rural and village, and actually what is Basingstoke, because I find that the crossover difficult. Thank you.
So in November, you're going to have a report at this committee that's going to deal with the rural issues in terms of the rural distribution of potential numbers, which is coming out from our settlement strategy. Everything that you have before you tonight are sites that are classified as being growth in and around Basingstoke. So we're not really talking about the rural sites at all tonight, or that rural spatial distribution. When you look at your spatial strategy and you're looking at your high-level principles, those numbers that we'll be looking at in November and that settlement strategy relate to the two last bullet points in terms of the principles. So this is about viable rural communities and also the role of neighbourhood planning, which is the way in which we would ideally see those settlement numbers distributed, is through neighbourhood planning. So those are matters for the November committee. All of these sites that are in table 2, that there's been much mentioned tonight, are Basingstoke sites.
Okay, then, so just if you would indulge me a moment, Chair, is that okay to follow? So is it reasonable then for my interpretation of what I'm seeing here is that we're urbanising what we had previously considered to be villages? We're bringing into Basingstoke conversations, you know, like Chinham Village, it's called Chinham Village, but it's actually now part of urban Basingstoke. And the fact that we're talking about these other sites as being part of greater Basingstoke, we are, I think people have used the words coalescence, but it feels like it's going to be hard to distinguish between a settlement that's not part of Basingstoke when we've got them all being clustered in like this. You know, those strategic gaps that we've talked about kind of feel like they're disappearing. So that's why I have found it a little bit difficult to understand, but I think you've clarified it, that actually, you know, what you're talking about here in the last 2 bullet points are the places that are further away from Basingstoke. But I think I've made the point that I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brooks. Councillor Watts.
Thank you, Chair. On 2.6, states brownfield development first. I think most of the councillors be in agreement with that. But how can we have a brownfield first local plan when we haven't got the town centre strategy in front of us? Surely we need all our cards on the table. It's been muted in the local press that we're going to get thousands of homes on Festival Place, but there's nothing mentioned in this particular document about it. So how can we decide sites where we're going on the greenfields when we haven't got the town centre strategy?
Thank you, Councillor Watts. Ruth.
So there's lots of evidence that's yet to be before you, which is the reason why we're at the beginning of the process around developing the spatial strategy. And in terms of the actual town centre strategy, that will be consulted on later in this year. And all of that information and evidence will come together and shape the final draft local plan that you will also have before you in the new year to be, you know, considering in its final form. So this is the beginning of the process. We haven't set down an actual fixed number of housing unit numbers and fixed number of sites. We've given you a short list of sites tonight, which has led to, you know, really interesting conversation and lots of comments for us to consider as officers in terms of how the rest of the work emerges and evolves.
Thank you, Ruth. I've got Councillor Harvey next, and then Councillor Mahaffey and Councillor McCormick.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to pick up the thread of conversation, really, because I don't disagree with my 2 colleagues that have already spoken. I think the difficulty I'm having is trying to set a spatial strategy that's based on the housing numbers for the urban area that is urbanising villages to be part of that greater urban area without the other settlements as part of that conversation that might be consequential for those other developments and significantly consequential for them one way or the other, depending on the debate around the table, when we're not actually debating those other settlements. So it's half and half. At the same time, I don't have the evidence base in front of me to have a detailed understanding of where I might want to go with the spatial strategy because I don't have that other evidence yet. So in some ways, I come back to my cart before the horse problem of I would want to understand the transport studies and other studies that you've mentioned, Ruth, in a way that would give me a better appreciation of the consequences of the debate and the decision we might have on sites that might well be on your shortlist to then be part of a debate about a spatial strategy. I'd want to understand that so that my understanding of the spatial strategy was strong. And I get the point here about the consequences, because if we talk here in terms of 2.6 about densifying development, it's the densifying up point that's already been made. That, for me, and the communities in the town could be huge. That could have massive implications. So therefore, the consequences of this debate without evidence become critical. There is the town centre strategy. That map is talking about significant numbers of development in the town centre. That isn't in the public domain yet, because it's been a map. It was chosen that that process would go through a map. That was done by the Cabinet for their reasons. It invited members proportionally to be part of that body. Well, not proportionally, we were invited to be it because maps aren't proportional, but members were invited to be part of that conversation. That conversation is now consequential to the work that Simon's doing and you're doing on the local plan. But it isn't public yet because it's the town centre strategy in the way you've wanted to handle it. I get that. I understand what you're trying to do, but it presents us with a fundamental problem when I'll put it on the table and I'll say, and I'll probably get shot for saying it, we're talking about 1,500 units at the bare minimum being discussed as going in Festival Place in our town centre. Now, if that's the debate that's taking place, that is a consequence to our conversation about the spatial strategy, let alone Basing View, where it was talked that Basing View could double its numbers. So I'm saying, I think at the moment, I'm very nervous about taking a next step in that context. And I want to challenge the numbers. I want to push back in every way we possibly can against the 18,000 and the 8,000 on other sites. I want to challenge that before we go too far down this road, that sites are allocated, the neon sign is put over the top that is up for development, and the developers can move themselves to the next process. So that's where my head is at the moment, and I guess my starting point is challenging the numbers, because that's the first thing on my list.
Thank you, Councillor Harvey. Councillor Band.
I just wanted to respond because I sort of get what Councillor Harvey is saying. If we start going to the detail, I suppose what we have in 2.6 is something that highlights what, at a high level, what the key elements of the strategy are. And I suppose what I'd be interested in hearing is actually at a high level whether, well, actually the comments from the committee about supporting, element one, the plan must support the council's climate change policies and strategies, that it's brownfield development first. We can have the conversations about what that brownfield development looks like, how dense it is, where it is, at a different stage, because we have got quite a long process to go through. If you're telling me that you can't talk about them at a high level without the detail, that's the bit that I would struggle with understanding.
Can I come back there?
Councillor Harvey, just to finish the point.
I think the difficulty is, Sam, within the language that's here, there's an awful lot of little bits in here that have huge consequence, such as the statement, the density of development in order to optimise the use of land. That's not purely a principle. That's a consequential decision that we would be endorsing. Similarly so about the town centre and talking about, trying to bring it in, and the potential for residential development is not fully understood or tested. It isn't. But it's got a huge consequence if it's included in this process. So it's either up here, in which case, of course, we're all going to say climate change should be a golden thread through all we do. And it doesn't contain those other elements that lead us down certain paths. But I still come back to my central point. I want to challenge the numbers, because if it's not 900 a year, say it was 500 a year or 400 a year, whatever the figure is done through an independent study, I agree with that. That's a completely different conversation we're having about principles, let alone site selection.
Thank you, Councillor Harvey. Councillor Band.
I suppose that's my point, because are you saying that if the number was 700 or 600, that it must support the council's climate change strategy, brownfield development first, would significantly change? Because in some respects, I want to be really clear, because actually you have just passed lots of comments which are really useful for myself and the officers to hear. And that's the key for me, that says, do you know what? If the comments say, do you know what? I can't disagree with the very high level principles, but actually what really matters to me is the detail that says, I'll go, you know what? I support brownfield first, but actually it really is significant about densification. If you thought about some of the conversations, and you know, in one of our secret meetings, which is the map about the town centre, we've had lots of conversations. I'm looking at you, Ryan, that says, actually, let's talk about flatted developments. When is a flatted development? When does it build communities? You know, it goes to the point that, you know, there's lots of things to discuss, isn't there, about flatted communities. I have a strong view that, do people buy 2-bed flats? Absolutely, they buy them. Because actually they need somewhere to live as a couple potentially, and then they realise they're trapped there when they have their first child and actually it isn't enough room. And I have very strong views about 3-bed flats actually doing something which is much more useful as far as people being able to choose to bring up families there and to develop how they want to live in an urban way in the centre of the town. But actually it's those sorts of comments that we would like to hear. I'm not asking you for a decision. I'm asking you to share with us your comments.
So if committee will just indulge us for a moment, I'd like to push it back to Councillor Harvey so he can start his comments.
I don't want this to turn into a tennis match between me and Science and Not Fair and everybody else. I apologise. But the point is that massive concerns were raised in those meetings over the potential for residential development in our town centre. Massive concerns raised. And unless they're addressed in this process or that process, they are still concerns that are raised that fundamentally affect the decisions or the comments that we would make. And I can't get past the point. First principle, absolute first principle. We've heard it tonight. It's what's motivated everybody thus far. 900 units is just too much a year. The starting point has got to be, before anything, in my opinion, pushing back on that as hard as it is, because if our MP is correct and they are saying it is guidance, then it's guidance. And if it is our decision, then I would like us to make another decision. I would like us to change that decision, and I want the evidence base to support that. So that's a piece of work that really is important, an evidence base to support the real figure that it should be to reflect purely Basingstoke's need and understand that. And that's a really first step, if you like, before you get into anything else.
And I just want to put some things into context for the committee, if I may, Chair, that says actually there is a reality that says we've all seen the work programme that we've suggested for creating a draft local plan, and actually there's a reality that says a linear sequenced process isn't something that we can do. We have to develop. You know, I as a council, we are asking officers to develop and draft a local plan, which means they are doing lots of things at the same time, and they need to hear our views, and also. You know, we also do, because I think we all believe of this in Basingstoke and Dean, and actually we probably overshare, to be honest, that says, do you know what, we really believe in transparently sharing lots and lots of detail that lots of other local authorities would not share, do not share. It is actually quite unusual. And there is a danger with that, because it is a double-edged sword, that actually what that creates is more questions. Well, actually, we sort of want to know what your views are that form some of those questions. We absolutely want to hear the questions, but we'd also, you know, in some respects, this is such a big document because I have asked the officers to share all their workings out with you. Well, do you know what? I would ask you to share your workings out with them.
Thank you, Councillor Bound. Councillor Mahaffey.
Thank you, Chair. I think Councillor Harvey's actually covered a lot of what I was going to say, but with specific examples, I'm having difficulty. These high level principles, you know, very easy to buy into. They're kind of mother and apple pie. Who wouldn't buy into them? But I'm having difficulty then linking that and going straight to site selection, because my example would be the climate emergency. We've just had that one raised. Well, I need to understand what our policies are on that, and I think we should be considering that before the site selection, because, for example, we could say we only want passive house all over the place. We could say we only want combined heat and power. I'm very enthusiastic about passive house. I think it's a wonderful thing. But passive house, combined heat and power, community-owned heat networks, they have certain design principles built into them. Combined heat and power only works of a certain scale. You know, you can't do it on small developments. So things like that need to be discussed before we can go into the point of saying that site's good, that site's not so good. And I feel very uncomfortable about doing that at this stage, because exactly as Councillor Harvey says, the danger is if we put it in, if we agree to this now, or we say, yeah, these are good, these are bad, then we'll get to a point further down the road where, well, it's been considered by EPH, so it must be good. And I know you've said it's a jigsaw, I know you've said it's an iterative process. So that's really my concern here. But my question for both of you, I guess, is, again, go back to what Councillor Harvey said about the numbers. We've heard 29 people all say exactly the same thing tonight. We've got 200 people outside with placards. The one common theme that we've all come to is it's too much. Now, you've said, Councillor Bound, that there is nobody thus far in the country has achieved special exceptions, and all credit to you. It sounds like you're going to go back and argue for special exceptions. That would be great. It doesn't sound like we've got much of a chance, though. So my question is, what happens if we just go back and say, no, we're not going to do it? Now, Councillor Rattigan has said it's going to be a free-for-all planning by appeal. But we don't have a 5-year supply at the moment, and we don't have that scenario. So rather than negotiating, why not just dig our heels in?
Ruth.
Oh, sorry.
There was quite a few points there, Councillor Mahaffey, that I'd like to sort of address, and I'll try and address them in the order in which you raised them if I could. So in terms of policies, you are 100% correct. We're working on preparing all those sorts of policies that are addressing issues such as climate change, density, design, all of the things that we've really heard tonight, which I know are really important to you all. And that piece of work is actually programmed and as Councillor Bound explained, it is happening at the same time as we're working on a spatial strategy. We can't do things in a linear way. And so, yes, you'll all be shaping those policies. And yes, that might mean that different sites are going to fall in and out of the shortlist. And that's what this report says. This report actually says that as we develop that evidence, sites will fall in and out of this shortlist, and as will the sustainability appraisal constantly develop and evolve. But the one thing that was really positive about tonight, because I did hear something really positive, and it's going to be a typical head of planning comment to make, but I didn't hear a single criticism about our sustainability appraisal objectives. And in fact, most speakers referred to them and held them up to us and said, we want you to achieve them. So let's take that way as an incredible positive, that we've got a strong steer and support from the community, that they'd like to ensure that whatever we develop actually accords with that. So that's one thing that's fantastic. In terms of your comment about 5-year housing land supply, you don't have one at the moment. The council's spending large amounts of money defending planning appeals, which are coming about from speculative development, which we do need to consider. We have to consider all planning applications when they're made to us. And we're in the situation where the tilted balance is engaged. And so much of the development that's happening in the borough is being led by the development industry. If you want to get your hands back on the steering wheel and control the direction of development and growth and what it's providing in this borough, your only way to do that is to have an up-to-date local plan. And your only way to do that is to do a local plan update. So we do have to prepare a spatial strategy, and we do have to prepare those policies. But I can assure you that I'm not asking you tonight to endorse our short list and say specifically that you're getting behind every single site selection. And as officers, we're not asking you to do that. What we've actually done is shared early, which I take the point that Councillor Bound has said. We have shared early with you a level of sustainability appraisal and RAG rating that you wouldn't normally see until the Regulation 18 consultation. So in June next year, when we do go out to consultation, the community are going to not only have a draft local plan, they'll have a spatial strategy that will have an updated version of what we've got before us here tonight, that you will have all seen the evidence that will have informed and helped shape that strategy. And yes, it will have the town centre strategy, and yes, it will have other things which we haven't got before us tonight. So I can totally understand why you may find it difficult to get entirely behind many of these principles in 2.6. But I am going to say that I would stand behind these principles no matter what the housing number were that we were to be given to be preparing a local plan on. So these principles, for me, are fairly fundamental. We are going to start with climate change first. We will be working to deliver the majority of our growth within the brownfield developments first site. We will take our largest settlement, our most sustainable settlement, as a place where we'll be developing, bringing forward development first. And then if we go all the way down to neighbourhood planning, we have a borough that's highly engaged in neighbourhood planning, so why wouldn't we support that as well, no matter the number of housing units? So I'll totally support members and my portfolio holder in terms of the letters that we have to be writing, the work that we have to be doing that is reflective of much of the comment we've heard here tonight. But I will still continue to prepare a local plan, because in the absence of it, you will not have your hands on the steering wheel. And that's not good for the community or the borough.
Thank you for being very straight with us there. I want to go to Councillor McCormick first before we come back to you, Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Chair. So that leads on nicely to my question, which is referring to section 2.6, top bullet point, page 14. How close are we to restoring our 5-year house and land supply? And surely that should be the aim. We should be seeking to meet that and do no more.
It's quite bizarre to look at losing a planning appeal favourably, isn't it? We have actually lost quite a few planning appeals of late. Our planning policy manager, who monitors that housing supply really closely, has kept me updated on that. But given the separation of numbers between what we need to be achieving, her advice to me is that we're not going to be achieving a 5-year supply realistically before the local plan update. So obviously we will endeavour to keep you all updated on that as we have every single appeal outcome come forward. But it's actually losing appeals that's what you're really asking. And as you know, we defend our members' decisions at DC committee to the best of our ability.
Sorry. Can I just add, we're also very mindful of the need to maintain the 5-year supply over the longer term as well, because we don't want to just get it back and then lose it again. So it's that long-term thinking as well.
Thank you, Andrew. I'm just trying to move it forward a little bit. I appreciate it's 10 o'clock and it's coming up very much on time. I'm just wondering whether, we can have a show of hands and say, okay, the plan must support the council's climate change strategy. Do we all believe that actually has to happen? I certainly do. Does anybody else? Okay, so we have.
I was going to say I do support it, Chair. Sorry.
Thank you.
Put my microphone. Yes, of course. I think like everyone else, I do support it. However, I think there are important points in there. There's a line in here about protecting all aspects of the water environment. I think we've heard tonight that actually we're doing a bad job at that at the moment. So it's I think more than just stressing it as an aspect here, it's something we really need to work on and come up with a detailed plan, because it's quite clear it's not working at the moment. It seems to be that Thames Water and other water providers are potentially at the heart of this. So we've got to make sure that we set the standards and that we then monitor those standards and make sure that the water authorities are held to account. So yes, I support it, but I think there's some important caveats there and some important detail.
I think
it's the point that the other councillors have been making.
I think you're right. Okay, and I'm not just saying that we use this as a top line strategy, but I'm sure that if we were all to say that we agreed that the plan must support the council's climate change strategy, then doesn't that give officers something to actually go away and work on, so that it does actually happen, and then when it comes back to us, we can review it again. Sorry, just very quickly with questions, Councillor Carr, please.
Yes. Hello, Mr. Chairman. So I think I was keen to sort of move the conversation away from sort of process criticisms and get onto both the high level conversation about the principles, but also perhaps if we could all agree to look at the sites at the next meeting, because I think we could, talk for England about whether we should be delivering this in a linear way or a parallel way. The reality is that it has to be delivered in parallel, which means that we won't necessarily see everything we want to see at this meeting or the November meeting. But when I deal with local plans professionally, I wouldn't see half of this at this stage. So this is actually quite unusual and quite impressive. And so really what I wanted to say is that I'm quite supportive of these high-level principles, especially the focus on growth in and around Basingstoke, and the focus on a mix of sites, of locations and sizes. And it would be quite useful, I think, if we could try and get some sort of, perhaps even a vote on whether we approve 2.6 by the end of this meeting. I don't know if that's a procedural question for you, Mr. Chairman. But obviously the final point I would make is about the numbers. There's been a lot of debate tonight about whether 900 is a number we can accept. The portfolio holder should, and I'm sure he will, work with our Member of Parliament and our Housing Minister to push back strongly. But we should operate under the assumption that that number will stay and stick, because that is the way that government policy is set up. And if you fight Whitehall on this, you will lose. And your communities, our communities, will suffer because we won't be able to make development control committee meeting decisions that we can defend. So, let's have it as an action for Councillor Bound to push back on these numbers. Absolutely, I'd support that 100%. But let's perhaps have a conversation at the next meeting, I think it's 16th of September, about our views on particular sites operating on the assumption that progressively this 900 number is fixed.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. I have readily shared with the committee the fact that I'm quite happy to adjourn the meeting to discuss sites, on the 16th. And I think that in light of what we heard from the speakers, I think that is right. However, I would like to try and give officers some feedback on the key elements of the spatial strategy, so they have something to go away and work with. Now, for me, as far as I'm concerned, I would like the plan to support the council's climate change strategy, without fail, and if officers have to go away and do more work on that to make sure that sustainable locations are enabled and that environmental assets are to be protected and enhanced, then I'm all for it. And certainly a lot of the speakers tonight that we heard from, certainly from the public, we're asking about improving air quality, environmental assets to be protected and enhanced, protecting all aspects of the water environment. It's all there, and we should ask officers under the fact that the plan must support the council's climate change strategy to actually do that work and then come back to us. That's what needs to happen. One issue I do have with the third bullet point, which is the brownfield development first, is the fact that I think that depends on the number. Because if the number is a lot lower, then is there a real need to build up the town centre? I understand that that potentially is quite is seen by some people as being an easy win, but I think if our number is different from 900, I don't think we need to look at brownfield development first. We can look at some greenfield.
If I may, Chair, I wanted to ask you a question, because that's a really interesting statement, isn't it? That says, does it start to determine the scale of the brownfield development? You know, if we think about heights, for instance.
I think it probably does. I'm just concerned that, you know, that if we just go for brownfield development first and we establish that as a principle, okay, then by definition you are looking at building up the town centre, where if the number is low enough, if the number is different from what we've actually got, hold on, okay, then we may not need to use you know, all brownfield development first. We could have a mix, okay, and you know, I would look forward to actually seeing that.
I wondered if I could ask you a different question. Should it be greenfield first?
Gosh, that puts the cat amongst the pigeons, doesn't it? I have to say, no. I don't think it should be either. I think, you know, I know that's putting me right on the fence, isn't it? You know, and that's rather uncomfortable. I mean, I think where we have the option of brownfield, then yes. But, you know, I think we do have to, depending on the number, we have to be very concerned about densification. Sorry, Ruth.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say, therefore, what you've really just said to me is that you really agree with maintaining a rolling delivery over the planned period of a mixture of sites, of size and location. And so, in fact, it's bullet point number 1, 2, 3, 4 that the chairman has just supported.
Yeah, and I'm happy to acknowledge the fact that it's that bullet point. But I just think that if we just go for brownfield development first, okay, what we're saying to builders and the community is that we're increasing densification, and we may have to do that depending on the number. But if we're pushing back on the number, okay, then you know I think a mixture of both green and brownfield, okay, are the way to go, with potentially a restriction on the height of buildings on brownfield. What does the rest of the committee think? Mr. Mahaffey, and then I'll come to you, Councillor.
It wasn't on that subject. I wanted to raise another issue.
Oh, okay. Councillor Harvey, do you want to raise something on that?
I was going to say, and down the rabbit hole we go. I mean, that's the point, isn't it? I think that's, for me at the moment, the inherent danger of this conversation. We set up binding principles. We discuss matters here that become the policy that Ruth then takes forward with her officer team. And that's my concern. I want these major questions answered first. West Berkshire have just suspended their local plan process on legal advice because of the changes to the NPPF. We've got planning bill and the environment bill coming within the next few weeks at Westminster that will have fundamental changes to how we might look at these things. There are major things happening in the next period that I think affect this whole process. And I don't want to go down the rabbit hole before we've had sight of that. And I certainly don't want to go down the rabbit hole until that numbers element has been discussed and pushed back on. I want to settle that 18,000, 8,000 battle as best as we possibly can and win it before jumping down the rabbit hole. That's my view of it. And I would move that as a sense of, I think, where the committee needs to be really this evening as the action before we do anything else.
Councillor Mahoney. Sorry, Mahaffey. I beg your pardon. I'm that tired I can't even read my own writing.
And you worked with him for 3 years.
Yeah.
It's all right. Councillor Edwards got it wrong the other day as well, so don't worry. I've forgotten what I was just saying now. First of all, I wholeheartedly support what Councillor Harvey's just said. I did write down right at the beginning of this, I thought it was a little bit cart before the horse. Secondly, I forgot to say earlier, thanks and congratulations to portfolio holder and officers, because although it's come under a lot of criticism this evening, this is a monumental task and it is acknowledged and recognised, and you asked us to note it. I noted it when I tripped over it on my doorstep. I don't know if we can tick that one off as done. But the point I'd like to make is I, in my ward at the moment, have an application for a 200-acre solar farm. In my neighbouring ward, there's an application for a 144-acre solar farm. I know they're not housing, but they are development. And the one thing, whether you support them or don't support them, one thing you can't ignore is they are big. So I would like at some point, I don't know if it's in the spatial strategy or at some point in one of these documents for reference to be made to those.
Thank you. Do you want to reply, please?
I think Councillor Bound's leaving this one to me. So basically, we're just talking about housing tonight, but you're bang on right. There'll be issues around employment allocation, industrial land allocation, or all those sorts of things, and we'll also be bringing back to you the responses that we had when our call for sites have been closed and completed in terms of all of those other green uses. Yes, there's an awful lot more in preparing the local plan, which is why there's so many work streams happening at the same time. And I wish I could give you it all right now.
No,
Yeah, no, thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. Councillor Koniska.
Thank you very much, Chair. When I was reading through this this weighty tone which arrived over the weekend, I was looking at section 2.6, and there was one line that jumped out to me as something that I did struggle with, and sort of in the spirit of what Simon, you've been saying, like looking for feedback on what's actually here. And it's that line about consideration being given to opportunities for regeneration and intensification and the introduction of standards to increase the density of development. I have big concerns about increased densification. I have the pleasure of commuting into London, and as you come into Waterloo now over in Nine Elms, there's a whole massive new housing development there, which is tall towers next to tall towers next to tall towers. So you've got vertical densification, if that's a phrase, as well as horizontal densification. And it's not somewhere I would like to live, and it's not somewhere that you imagine is particularly conducive to people's mental health, particularly in the environment in which we live now, where mobility has been restricted recently. So I like it to be noted that is something that I do find difficult, and I think it also goes back to the point that the rabbit hole comment that you were making earlier, Paul, and in that almost it's a sense of how dense do we need to go, and I think that partly depends on the 900 number or whatever it happens to be. But I think just the point about densification is something that I do struggle with.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm going to make the last question tonight, Councillor Vaux. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I was wondering about the bullet points and whether I was just listening to various conversations about how we sort of rationalise the brownfield development first kind of thing. Are these bullet points in a priority order? So, and I wonder whether that might be thought about, because if the climate change strategy is the big thing and it tops everything else, then a lot of the rest of it could fall underneath it, because brownfield first, if it's about climate change, then you think, okay, we don't build higher than we need to build because of mental health and because of our environmental needs. You don't take greenfield sites. You don't need to take greenfield sites. So I just wonder whether that climate strategy might be something that enables the other principles to it would give confidence to councillors, I think, that the rest of the principles here would be shaped by that principle first. That's all. Thank you.
Can I just respond to that? Because, do you know what, I think that's a really interesting idea, because I think ever since we declared a climate emergency, there's one question that I've been asking myself and my cabinet colleagues and officers, which is, do we see everything through that lens? You know, some of our speakers were absolutely right, and of course it should challenge everything that we do. It should make some of the things that we do really, really difficult. And if it doesn't, and it isn't creating a lot of pain for us, then actually it's not doing its job properly, and nor are we. So I think that's a really useful comment, and we will take that away. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bound. I appreciate members that it's actually 17 minutes past 10, and I said that we'd come up. No, I'm not taking any more questions tonight.
It wasn't a question, it was a request. Just sorry to prolong things. I'm just concerned that when we come to discussing sites at the next meeting, we're going to get into the same battle we've seen this evening. We're all going to say it's great, just not in my patch. And I think we're not going to do that justice within the course of sort of short presentations at the committee meeting. Would you be sort of willing to accept us making written submissions in advance about the individual sites? Because I think that would be far more detailed and far easier to do.
Microphone, please. I'm always happy for written submissions to be made. Okay. I'm minded. I was going to quickly sum up. Okay. With where we are on 2.6, and then effectively adjourn the meeting to the 16th, where we continue, because it's vitally important that we get this work right. Okay. And so we continue on here, and then onto sites if the committee is minded to do that. Councillor Band.
I just also wanted to say, isn't it, I think we've had lots of conversations prior to this meeting that have played out in public on Facebook, on the Basingstoke Gazette web page, about democracy and accessing that. And it's always very difficult, and I know we all find it very difficult as members when members of the public are given 2 minutes. And actually, do you know what? Making written submissions is actually really useful, because people can say what they want to say in the words that they want to say it. They can provide evidence and back it up. And you know what? With some of the things that we're talking about, it's also about presenting us with some case studies, case law, whatever it is. There is also something that says in the process that we are engaged with the local plan, that evidence becomes incredibly important. So I know we have all received several emails from all sorts of interested parties, and again, I'm looking at the Gazette representative, that actually we should remind people that and it goes for everybody who's engaged in this process, and isn't it great we've got so many people engaged in the process, that actually sending that evidence, whether they want to send it to me or whoever, but make sure they also copy in the local.plan@basingstoke.gov.uk email address is incredibly important for us to build up that evidence and demonstrate that we are going through this iterative process of building up the evidence and what we and our residents think.
Thank you. Sorry, can you just go through the email address again? Okay, just to make sure just to make sure the Gazette can get it right.
No. I intrinsically trust Ryan. So it's local.plan@basingstoke.gov.uk, and if you could put that on your stream right now, Ryan, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Harvey, I am going to move that we adjourn to
That's
the
fine.
16th.
I just wanted to make one comment in regard to democracy and public attendance, because I do think that's important. I get the written submission bit, but being here in this room, being out there, and actually, to be fair, being turned away and not being able to come into this room has been a major issue. And I think it's for another place and it's for another debate. But the democratic engagement in this place needs careful consideration, because there are members of the public who otherwise would have taken part who haven't been able to in a normal committee setting. And they should be here in person, and they should be part of this meeting, and we should be held accountable through that process, and it shouldn't just be through written submissions. And so I think that needs to be taken away and thought about very carefully. This may not be an appropriate venue for a socially distanced debate on the local plan.
Thank you, Councillor Harvey, and I would also like to thank all speakers tonight, okay, for their participation and their interest. Just as a quick roundup, I think Councillor Vaux's comment about putting everything through the climate change strategy lens, okay, is vitally important. And I think at the moment, I think it's probably one of the few things that I think Councillor Bound, you and also Ruth O'Meara should take away. And at least that way you can start work developing, okay, how that's going to look and how that lens is going to shape the work that we do. I'm going to adjourn now this meeting to the 16th, where we will continue on this. Okay, we'll then look at sites, and then we'll go through the work programme. Okay, thank you very much for your attendance.